Everyone, welcome to the Board of Administration meeting for CalPERS, and first order of business is roll call, please. Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Malia Cohen.
Coming.
Michael DeToy.
Here.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubalcava.
Good morning.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Melissa Willett.
Here.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Okay, thank you. We'll recess now into closed session for item 1 from the closed session agenda, and then we'll immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. Thank you, everybody. Sorry about that. Give us about 2-3 minutes to get switched over and clear the room. Good morning. We are back in open session, and this adjourns this meeting. We will move over to Investment Committee open session as soon as we can get everybody settled. Thank you. All right.
Okay, good to go. Okay, welcome everybody. I'd like to call the Investment Committee meeting to order. If everyone could kind of get settled in here. And the first order of business is our roll call.
David Miller.
Here.
Melissa Willett. Here. Malia Cohen. Here. Michael DeToy. Here. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma. Present. Lorena Ortega. Here. Jose Luis Pacheco. Present. Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubacava.
Present.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Okay, so we don't have anyone remotely at the moment, so I'll pass on the attestation. And we'll move on to our executive report. And before we start the executive report, because we have so many folks here who I believe want to speak on the issues today, I would invite people that want to speak can come up and speak after the executive report if they're here and they want to speak then, but you also could, if you wanted to wait till after a specific agenda item, I just don't want to, I want to honor your time, and if you don't want to have to sit through our entire agenda to get to your items that you want to make public comment on, since I know there are quite a few public commenters who potentially would benefit from being able to speak earlier in the day, so I will make sure I extend that so that you're aware of that opportunity. So with that, I'll hand it over to our executive team.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have a fairly full agenda today. Before I comment on that, I'd like to just make a couple of comments on some events I attended in the last week or two. The first one, which was last week, was a session organised by the California Professional Firefighters. It was a fire ops exercise, so I got a chance to don firefighting gear, to go into a flame room, to climb ladders, to force down doors, to rescue people in smoke-filled rooms. And I've got to say, it was quite an experience, quite revealing. I never appreciated how heavy all the equipment was, wearing, I guess, fire-resistant gear, a mask, helmet, carrying an axe, air bottle, etc. So I got a much greater appreciation for what some of our members go through, the levels of fitness that are required. It was heavy and hot, even without the flames. So just a word of thanks to the firefighters for giving me that opportunity. The second thing I wanted to mention was Pacific Pension Investment Institute event, which was held in Seattle. Director Palke was also there. I was invited to participate in a discussion on the total portfolio approach, and that was an hour. It was very engaging. It was a discussion between me and Gordon Fythe from British Columbia. Very well attended, very interactive. Really appreciated that. In terms of the agenda for today, we have one action item, which is the third reading of the responsible contractor policy. We also have a number of information items. We have the trust level review, which will be led off by our consultants, Wilshire and Maketa. Laura and I will then comment on that. We have the next instalment of our asset liability management total portfolio discussion. We also have other items. We have proxy voting. We have a report on the Treasury, and I'm looking forward to going through these items. But with that, and with a note to the extent of the the packed agenda, I will pass back to the chair.
Okay, thank you. I do have a request to speak from Kevin Palke. Oh, let me get back over here.
The microphone.
Yeah, I'm trying. There we go.
Thank you. It was actually really good to see you in action in a conference atmosphere. But it was also great to see that the panel that you were on had a full house. So that was reassuring to see that the different people that were at this conference were very engaged and interested in your conversation there. So thank you again.
Okay, I'm seeing no more requests from anyone on the board, so I thank you for the item. And I think at this point we'll see, do we have public speakers, public commenters at this time? Nope. Okay, we will move on. We should. Let's see. I don't want to miss the opportunity to let people speak.
Kayla?
Oh, we don't have the list. So can we get a few people queued up? That would be fine. Yeah. And the way this works is we'll have you come down. We'll have microphones here, so you can come down. I'll probably call you down, maybe 2, 3 at a time, and we'll queue you up, and you'll sit in these chairs right down to my left in the front here. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. When you introduce yourself and begin speaking, the time clock will start. And at the end of your 3 minutes, if you haven't completed your statement, you can give us something in writing. You can communicate to us in other ways, but I will need to cut you off at the end of your 3 minutes. So I now have the list, and I'll call the first few commenters. Okay. We'll have Jeremy Smith, Michael Marks, and Mark Swaby. Come on down. and welcome.
I think both Michael and I thought we just put our papers in. We didn't realize it was going to be so quick. So this is nice. Thank you.
We were trying to speak on 5A. Is this the right time? We put 5A down.
Yeah, is this the right time for it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We're well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
really
this'll be fun.
their choice. If they
It's-
prefer to
it's
wait
your
till 5A,
choice. If
you're giving an
prefer to
early
Wait through the
opportunity.
meeting till we get to 5A, or if you prefer to.
I think we prefer to wait
Okay.
till it's presented. Thank
That
you,
would
though.
be fine.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Okay, so,
Give those back to Kayla.
okay. Okay, which? Those are 5As, yeah. These are 5As. That's 6A. 6A.
Now, you need
Okay, here we go.
Put your microphone on, Mark.
Okay.
Mark Swaby, commenting on the private equity program, which is item 6A. May I speak at the beginning of item 6A on the agenda, please? Thank you.
Okay, next I have Jared Gaby Beagle, followed by Barbara Washburn, and Sarah Thies.
Hi, my name is Jared Gaby Beagle with the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union. I'm here to talk about very recent events at Heritage Grocers, a grocery chain owned by Apollo Fund 9, in which you have invested $550 million. Heritage Grocers is a parent company of Cardenas Markets here in California and Tony's Fresh Markets in Illinois. We have spoken before this board often about Cardenas's violation of your labor practices and risks stemming from its labor practices. In the last month, sister company Tony's has escalated Heritage's anti-union campaign substantially. In February, workers at the Tony's chain in Illinois filed for a union election with the UFCW local there, and Heritage began executing a fierce anti-union campaign using immigration status, among other messages, to intimidate workers. In one example, a management text to Tony's workers says UFCW has previously agreed to member firings over immigration-related matters. Given the backdrop of high-profile immigration raids in Chicago, Heritage's apparent attempt to make Tony's workers think UFCW is an agent of immigration-related firings heightens fear in immigrant communities where both employees and customers of Tony's stores live. Another Tony's message says the National Labor Relations Board has ruled that collective bargaining is potentially hazardous for employees. We shared these examples with your staff last week. A union busting consultant called People Results is sending these messages from Tony's management. Union busting is a questionable use of company resources, contradicts internationally recognized human rights standards, contravenes the spirit and often the letter of U.S. labor law, and is an affront to CalPERS beneficiaries, most of whom are union members. Tony's anti-union campaign clearly violates your labor principle, which protects freedom of association and the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining. Furthermore, as a business that relies on immigrants as workers and customers, Heritage's anti-union campaign and workplace practices pose risks to workforce performance, customer loyalty, and brand reputation. Mitigating these risks highlights the value of enforcing CalPERS labor principles with Apollo. Just to remind you, Tony's anti-union campaign comes on top of violations of your labor principles at its sister company, Cardenas, including 3 outstanding sexual harassment lawsuits, 2 outstanding class action cases alleging violations of California Labor Code, and a National Labor Relations Board complaint alleging Cardenas violated workers' rights to free association. The behavior of these portfolio companies raises serious questions about Apollo's oversight of workforce management. We have raised these questions directly with Apollo and the CEO of private equity, and the CEO of private equity has told us in writing that Apollo does not take responsibility for its portfolio company's management of workplace issues. This is disappointing because Apollo has taken such responsibility before and knows how to solve these types of problems. It led negotiations with multiple unions for a neutrality agreement at the Venetian Las Vegas Resort in 2023, which is also the same fund as Heritage Grocers. That neutrality agreement allowed workers to freely decide whether to join a union free from employer interference. Apollo has a platform to do this again with Tony's and Cardenas. Finally, as you may be aware, Apollo is out raising money for a new $25 billion fund. Given the track record we have described, would it make sense for your beneficiaries for CalPERS to make new investments to Apollo before it mitigates these risks? Almost certainly not. We urge you to withhold any new commitments until Apollo solves its workforce management problems at Heritage and mitigates the attendant risks to your investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Barbara.
Oh, wait, I don't think the mic is on. Touch there you go. Oh,
How about now?
perfect.
Good, thank you. My name is Barbara Washburn, and I'm a retired toxicologist who used to work at the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment at CalEPA. I remember you, David, from the 12th floor. I'm seeing
Yeah.
walking up and down the floors. One of our work products, I know you know this, David, is reports on environmental conditions in California. I worked on one of those reports. More recently, the focus of the reports has been on indicators of climate change in California. And as a matter of fact, many of the signs that these lamenters have on their chests are some of the issues that are included in that report that OEHA produced. Our department, along with others at CalEPA, the various departments at the Natural Resources Agencies, the Strategic Growth Council, and others have devoted untold hours and money to addressing, mitigating, adapting to, and reporting on the effects of climate change in California. California is recognized as a leader on climate change. That is why it astounds me that my money and the money of state workers is being invested in by CalPERS in the very companies that produce the greenhouse gases that cause the problem we are trying to address. All of us in California, state workers and the state overall is trying to address. So I implore you to adopt a meaningful plan to remove fossil fuels from CalPERS' portfolio. I do not want my money invested in these companies. As is documented in the report from BlackRock, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, it was written for the City of New York. There are ways to divest. They identified in that one of the key drivers in the divestment effort is to reduce risk by divesting, avoiding the risk of stranded investments in fossil fuel companies. In closing, I would like to read a few words from the 2015 encyclical on climate that was written by Pope Francis. And he said, "This sister, the earth, now cries out to us because of the harm we have inflicted by our irresponsibility." He goes on to say, "Let ours be a time remembered for the awakening of a new reverence for life and a firm resolve to achieve sustainability." I ask you to please consider these wise words and to take action to divest from fossil fuel here at CalPERS. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Am I live? Okay, yeah, okay.
go.
So I'm Sarah Thies, and happy St. Patrick's Day to all of you esteemed board members. I'm going to start my comments with today's climate forecast, and this comes from a British poet, Brian Bilston. And on to today's climate forecast, where we can expect to see a prolonged spell of inaction interspersed with patches of hazy promises across many areas. Over Westminster and other centers of government, a buildup of hot air will cause inactivity to soar to record levels over the coming days, in spite of the high pressure. Elsewhere, a front of chronic strategic, ESG, a strategic plan timeline, that went from 2017 to 2046. The focus was, of course, on getting companies to disclose emissions, proxy voting research, and work with the Climate 100. Each year, CalPERS would engage with 20 companies, and by 2021, I think it would be 60 by 2021, and they would then have divested from, reduce their emissions by half. and by 2046, the Paris Agreement goals would be met. So that was 2021. This report was 7 years ago. I reviewed the proxy voting and corporate engagement update for today, and I see some of the same things: proxy voting, climate risk oversight, votes on environmental proposals, and the Climate Action 100. But what I didn't see was a report on lowering emission targets, that they were actually being met. So that's that's where it's at, as far as I know. And I was, of course, very disappointed that 14% of Climate Solution Fund includes, the companies mentioned, Exxon, Saudi Aramco, et cetera. And I'm waiting for an answer to the question that Ms. Taylor raised in the last year or so, which is what happens when the fossil fuel companies, do not play ball. What happens? So thank you so much for your time and for your work. I wouldn't do your job for literally $1 million a year. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenters, we've got Alyssa Giacchino, Sheikh Thorne, and Frank Ruiz.
My name is Alyssa Giacchino. I'm with the Private Equity Stakeholder Project. CalPERS' leadership in sustainable investing and energy transition is crucial. Some of your private markets managers are exposing your capital to projects that are not aligned with a timely energy transition. CalPERS is invested in the controversial Rio Grande LNG, liquefied natural gas, export terminal, and may soon be exposed to the purchase of utility company Elite via an $850 million commitment to Global Infrastructure Partners 5. Rio Grande LNG's project owner NextDecade recently announced an anticipated expansion of the project that would double the number of trains or liquefaction plants. As originally proposed, this project was already estimated to emit the equivalent of 44 coal plants every year, or about 163 million tons of carbon dioxide annually. The newly announced expanded plan would substantially increase the emissions associated with this project. The Rio Grande LNG has faced significant legal challenges with the D.C. Circuit Court questioning FERC's environmental justice analysis. The company has said it expects recent executive orders to be beneficial for developers, but this is not a certainty. The global LNG market is facing threats of trade wars and tariffs that create more instability. LNG exports pose risks for domestic energy prices as well, with a risk of increasing energy costs for U.S. consumers by over 30%, according to a DOE report from December. There continues to be significant opposition to Rio Grande LNG from nearby towns and affected low-income Indigenous and Latino communities. The South Texas Environmental Justice Network has reached out to BlackRock as GIP's parent for a meeting to discuss the LNG project and has not received a response. Project delays, investors pulling support, permits revoked, environmental harms, and ongoing community opposition create uncertainty for the retiree dollars used to finance Rio Grande LNG. We urge CalPERS not to provide any additional capital to the expansion of Rio Grande LNG through GIP5 or through GIP co-investment or any other vehicle, and to halt the build-out of the dangerous terminal. As part of the same fund, GIP5 is seeking to purchase public utility company in Minnesota, Elite, to take it private. The relationship between BlackRock, GIP, and Elite has raised the suspicions of federal regulators and the Minnesota Attorney General, who noted potential lack of ratepayer benefits, loss of transparency, and significant benefits to executives and shareholders in comments to the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. We hope CalPERS will ask GIP and BlackRock to address concerns about competition rates and the public interest for consumers in the purchase of Elite. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter.
Hi, my name is Sheila Thorne, and I'm a CalPERS retiree. It is an illusion to think that oil and gas companies will provide any kind of transition to green energy. Chevron's investment in green energy was only 0.2% of its capital expenditures, and most recently that was cut by a quarter. Likewise, Shell dropped its wind development projects and abandoned key 2035 climate pledges in favor of continued production of oil and gas. Exxon dropped its already minuscule investment in algae research. BP, Total Energies, all the majors, at the same time as they made over $281 billion in profits since the Ukraine war began, have pulled back from commitments to sustainability in favor of continuing and even expanding oil production. It should be no surprise they've reneged on their commitments because the oil and gas industry has been dishonest ever since 1959 when they first realized their role in climate change but lied about it. The extraction, production, and use of oil and gas is inherently harmful to people and their environments, be it in Ecuador, Angola, the Niger Delta, or Los Angeles, or Richmond, or Kern County, or the Carolinas or Appalachia. Therefore, oil and gas companies are always inherently working against the interests of people and their communities. Fossil fuel air pollution kills 1 in 5 people worldwide by cancer, heart disease, asthma, maternal death. Climate change caused by fossil fuels kills by fire, heat, flood, and drought and harms people's lives irreparably. Yet Big Oil spends $115 million a year lobbying against climate legislation. It spent $445 million to influence the 2024 elections. It wrote the Project 2025 section on energy development via Kathleen Skama, president of the Western Energy Alliance, and now it is being rewarded with an unprecedented attack on our public lands and national parks to weaken them and open them up to more drilling and mining. The oil and gas industry is fundamentally anti-democratic. There is not one positive thing to say about it. It kills, it spreads waste, it bribes politicians, and supports the worst dictators. CalPERS should not be giving cover to its malignant influence by investing in it.
Thank you. Okay, come on up, gentlemen. Next commenters. Ready? Come on up. You can both come up and take a seat if you're going to speak. Okay, you're waiting. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
go ahead, Mr.
apologize to
Rees.
the board. We would like to make our presentation in public comment on item 6A. Today, Wilshire, Makita and Wilshire will both be giving a presentation. We want to wait till their presentation is done so that then we can present information that may be helpful to the board.
Perfect.
So, thank you.
Okay, we'll call you back up then. Thank you. Okay, next commenters, Susan Minato, Karen, I have no last name, and Paula and Eileen. And while they're coming down, I understand that Dr. Gail Willis is now on the Zoom, so I need to do a quick attestation. So, good morning, because we're not all present in the same room and board members are participating from remote locations that are not accessible to the public. Bagley Keene requires the remote board members to make certain disclosures about any other persons present with them during open session. Accordingly, the board members participating remotely must each attest either that they are alone or, if there are 1 or more persons present with them who are at least 18 years old, the nature of the board member's relationship to each person. At this time, I will ask each remote board member to verbally attest accordingly. Dr. Willis?
Yes, I do attest to the fact that I am alone. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll get back to our public comment. First commenter, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I'm going to speak 5A.
5A, okay. And your name was? Susan? Okay. Okay, next, Gail, okay, Karen?
Karen?
Karen.
Good morning. I'm Karen Jacques. I'm a PERS beneficiary, retired psychologist who spent my life since retirement trying to do my tiny bit to save what's left of our planet and press for climate change to be addressed. I've come before this board before, going all the way back before the pandemic, and in written comments, begging you to end the investment in fossil fuels, to divest. Right before this meeting, I saw your announcement out about the 100 billion climate solutions commitment, and I thought, oh, perhaps there's going to be some change in a positive direction. And then I read who you had invested in, and it includes all of the climate majors. It even includes Adani coal, which is coal being considered even worse than fossil fuels. And I'm here today to plead with you to look at what's going on around you. Look at what happened in LA, which is a city I grew up in. Look at the catastrophes all over the world. Listen to what scientists are saying. They are saying that we have to stop investing in fossil fuels and begin phasing them out now, or we will pass tipping points and we will run out of time. And so I am begging you to go back and reconsider what you are doing, and do it in the context of, you're one of the biggest retirement systems in the world, if not the biggest. What you do has an impact around the world, either to encourage others to act responsibly or to give others an excuse not to act responsibly. So please go back to the drawing board. Look at developing a divestment plan that makes sense. I understand that it can't all be done at once, but you're risking our future. You're risking the future of every species on Earth when you continue to contribute to this rapidly unfolding disaster. And I continue to grieve for everybody in LA who was impacted. It's where I'm from. I would have been impacted if I still lived there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter?
Am I
There
on?
you-
Oh,
now you
there we
are.
go.
There you go.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paulita Peña. I am with SEIU 503, and I'm also, which is out in Oregon, but I'm also with SEIU International as the Indigenous Peoples Caucus co-chair at that level. I am Lipan Apache. I'm also a PERS investor. I work for the state of Oregon. And fossil fuel extraction and related industries disproportionately impact my community, the Indigenous community, leading to environmental degradation, health problems, and economic challenges. For those who are unaware, Indigenous people right now are still in a current active genocide. We have the highest health-related issues due to fossil fuel extractions. We have the highest unemployment rates. And while this is also impacting labor through exploitations of folks who are being paid lower than our union employees, but it also creates man camps, and that also leads to more missing and murdered Indigenous women and our relatives. Oregon currently in our legislation has House Bill 2200, where over 390,000 per employees and retirees, we are destined to be net zero. Again, net zero by 2050 with fossil fuel investments. And this is having PER members, our Indigenous community, and our Latino, and especially our migrant workers actively involved with our current state treasurer in the state of Oregon. So as a PERS employee who's going to be receiving PERS after working for the state of Oregon for 20 years and then some, please listen to our people, listen to the folks that are coming up here, and I thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Eileen Boughton. I am a state worker. I am also a union member, and I'm also Indigenous. I just want to say that the money that is in, I would like our money to be divested from our retirement in this. This causes, fossil fuel causes many harms to our people. It causes in many states, talking about MMIW, the man camps that go around and are missing and murdered. This creates that environment for people to go onto our lands and rape and pillage our people. That needs to stop, and this contributes to that. CalPERS, oops, I forgot my thing, hold on. Okay, I just want to say CalPERS has over $27.9 billion invested in fossil fuel companies, more than any other public pension fund in the country. The state of California is suing 5 fossil fuel companies for misleading the public about climate change, and CalPERS invests pensions in all five of them. Fossil fuel infrastructure causes asthma, respiratory disease, and cancer in California communities, including the communities where state workers live and work. Climate change contributes to wildfires, floods, and extreme heat, threatening everyone in California, especially the most vulnerable. Floods and extreme heat fueled by climate change create unsafe working conditions and pulls the state resources away from the good jobs and benefits of the public workers. Many major institutional investors from the University of California to New York City public pension systems have divested from fossil fuels. We are state workers and union members, and we need to organize and get our pensions out of fossil fuel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Andre Oliveira and Nick Chuck. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Andre Oliveira. I'm a janitor and the chief sewer of SEIU 521 at O'Connor Hospital in the Santa Clara County. First of all, I would like to thank all of you, the members of the board and the staff, for everything you do to ensure that folks like myself are going to have a retirement. Hi, Melissa. I'm here today together with some of my union sisters and brothers to encourage you to stay strong in your commitment to meeting your fiduciary duty to CalPERS members as you invest our retirement dollars into the wider economy. We are counting on you not to be influenced by the short-term interests of corporate actors who are influencing federal policy in a way that threatens our retirement security. I appreciate the consistent work of the CalPERS team to carefully steward these assets for the long term so that all participants, current retirees, people who have been in public service for many years, and new hires who won't retire for decades, all can count on this fund to be there for them at the time of their retirement. The fund has thought carefully about how to incorporate issues of systematic risk and opportunity into its investment approach for many decades. I'm here to encourage you to stay strong in that steadfast work. Now more than ever, it is critical that CalPERS stay this course. Current policies being moved at the federal level are a threat to the legal, economic, and regulatory frameworks in which CalPERS invests. There is clear evidence that these policies are not in the economic interests of working people or long-term investors. For example, in spite of regulatory changes at the federal level, we need CalPERS to continue robust policy incorporating protections for workers on the job and at the companies in which it invests. Anyone who works day to day knows that being respected and fairly compensated on the job will lead to improved conditions to provide the most value to your employer. So, for a long-term investor like CalPERS, make sure employees have their rights on the job respected and have conditions that allow them to come to work and thrive provides the foundation for sustainable company performance that can deliver for investors over the long term. I experienced this at my job as a janitor, and I know my family and friends who work in the private sector experience work this may as well. Please stay strong in your incorporation of these workforce issues into your investment process. It is critical to our retirement security. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Nick Jock. I work as a paraeducator at Hester School of Special Education in San Jose. I'm a CalPERS participant and a member of SEIU Local 521. Thank you to the CalPERS board and staff for all you do to help ensure my coworkers and I will have a secure retirement. I'm here today with my union sisters and brothers, hey Melissa, to encourage you to stay strong in your commitment to meeting your fiduciary duty to CalPERS members as you invest our retirement dollars into the wider economy. We are counting on you to not be influenced by the short-term interests of corporate actors who are influencing federal policy in a way that threatens the security of our retirement. I appreciate the consistent work of the CalPERS team to carefully steward these assets for the long term so that all participants, current retirees, experienced workers, and new hires who won't retire for decades can all count on this fund to be there for them at the time of their retirement. The fund has thought carefully about how to incorporate issues of systemic risk and opportunity into its investment approach for many decades. I'm here to encourage you to stay strong in that steadfast work. Now more than ever, it is critical that CalPERS stay this course. Current policies are being moved at the federal level that are a threat to the legal, economic, and regulatory frameworks in which CalPERS invests. There is clear evidence that these policies are not in the economic interests of working people or long-term investors. For example, in spite of regulatory changes at the federal level, we need CalPERS to continue a robust policy incorporating the risk and opportunities related to the energy transition the global economy must make to survive and thrive going forward. The scientific and economic evidence is clear. If we do not rapidly and systematically reduce global carbon emissions, we are on a path to ecological and an economic catastrophe. If we need further evidence of this, we can look to the recent fires that devastated the Los Angeles area and many CalPERS beneficiaries just a few short weeks ago. So, for a long-term investor like CalPERS, staying firm with your work to reduce carbon emissions is critical to your fiduciary duty. Please stay strong in your incorporation of these climate risk issues into your investment process. It is critical to our retirement security. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you. Next, I'll have Brian O'Neill, followed by Quinn Geed and Jacob Evans. Yep, you're on.
Okay. My name is Brian O'Neill. I'm a retiree from SEIU 521, and I'm currently enjoying the benefits of you and paying me every month, and please keep it coming. Hopefully it'd be better than Social Security right now. I don't know. So I'm here to talk about, as the previous SEIU members, about DEI and maintaining that. So I want to give you, I can repeat what they said, but I'm going to give you a little story. So bear with me. I moved here in 1960. I said, bear with me. I was a kid. I lived in Saratoga. It was a nice neighborhood. It only cost $22,000 for my dad to buy the house and my mom. But there was one thing about that neighborhood. It was when the kids came out, there were a lot of kids. We all played. They were all white. There were maybe not a single black kid in that neighborhood. And you know why? It's because it was in their CC&Rs that you cannot sell to a black person. Then later on in California in 1964, they decided to do a proposition which the realtors were pushing that would prevent homeowners, or not prevent, will allow homeowners to discriminate on who they could sell their house to. And so luckily the proposition passed 65% yes, but it was shot down by the California Supreme Court for being unconstitutional. So then later on, we had Fair Housing Act, we had Civil Rights Act, but then I started working, and I still worked in Santa Clara County. I was a real estate appraiser at American Savings, if you ever heard of that. And when I first got there, they started talking about is redlining. So here we are, we did all these laws, we passed, there's, I mean, come on, this is decades, hundreds of years, and we're talking about redlining. But that's, after 1980, it kind of slowed down in requiring appraisers or banks to do anything. Not surprising that Ronald Reagan was elected, who did not endorse Proposition 14, but later supported it. So it's no surprise it slowed down. But in the 90s, then they started talking about how there was words you put in there in your appraisals that would prevent people from giving code words to mortgage underwriters. So what I'm saying is nothing's changed. They're demonizing DEI. You need to be steadfast and push it. There is so much statistics about black workers losing $113 million, that our GDP could be $5 trillion in gross domestic product if we were to do more to invest in black entrepreneurs and making sure they have sales of homes. So again, please don't demonize DEI. Don't let them do it. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Great, thank you. Next commenter?
Hello, my name is Quinn Ide. I'm the executive director at Fossil Free California. And just about a week ago tomorrow, the California Common Good Coalition released the report on the $100 billion Climate Action Fund. That same day, many Fossil Free California members were gathered either in Pasadena, where there was over 50 folks gathered, and they heard about this report. Similarly, 200 folks were gathered outside of Chevron in Richmond, hearing about the fact that the very refinery they were standing outside the gates of was part of your Climate Action Fund. This is unconscionable. And over the last 4 days, since we released the petition, we've gathered 695 signatures, mostly from CalPERS beneficiaries who are outraged to hear that this fund has not only continued to invest in fossil fuels, but has classified them as climate solutions. I'm pleading with you today, please take these companies out of your climate solutions portfolio now. And in addition, in order to prevent this from happening again, please take steps to increase transparency and ensure that there are clear rules in order to determine what fits and what does not fit in this climate solutions portfolio. This should be building towards our future to protect our communities, not continuing to destroy the futures that we're trying to have. I have with me today the list of petition signatures, and I would love to pass them off to you all. In addition, after this, we will all be going outside into the near the sign between the two buildings, and we'll be gathering with a big mural that was painted with the image of one of the chimneys of someone who lost their home in Pasadena. And it is painted with the ashes of CalPERS beneficiaries' communities. And I would really love for you all to be able to see this and to understand what many of these community members are going through and what they're concerned about when they are seeing their pensions invested in these fossil fuel companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. I'm Jacob Evans. I'm a policy strategist with Sierra Club California. I'm here today with interest and concerns about the implementation of CalPERS' Climate Action Plan. Your $100 billion commitment to climate solution investments is commendable, and your leadership is valued now more than ever as we see the federal government backsliding on commitments to addressing the systemic risks of the climate crisis. Sierra Club wants to see this bold plan invest in solutions that will have the largest impact to improve our environment and support communities on the front lines of climate change. We're concerned that the Climate Action Plan, as of now, will not create meaningful change. As the climate crisis poses threats to both our planet and our economy, meaningful change in our economy is needed to protect beneficiaries' retirements and the fund's future. It's disappointing to see fossil fuel companies included in the Climate Action Plan. CalPERS has chosen to identify the same stock or bond holding as partially included and partially excluded from its climate solutions portfolio. Counting portions of holdings that have climate impacts as climate solutions doesn't create a tangible effect on the green economy. More importantly, equity investments do not represent new or restricted capital that drives green activities. Even more concerning is that CalPERS did not respond to requests for definitions of climate solutions or information on how the fund aims to reduce carbon emissions and climate risks. This is a complicated topic, and we understand that CalPERS will need to be nimble and strategic about its investment decisions. To do this, though, there must be a dialogue between CalPERS and stakeholders across California. This requires transparency about how the Climate Action Plan is operating and what investments are being classified as climate solutions. Transparency is essential to allow beneficiaries and the public the ability to understand how CalPERS investments will reduce climate impacts to the portfolio and what strategy the fund is executing to invest in proven technologies and climate investments. To achieve a climate action plan capable of creating meaningful change, CalPERS must 1. Adopt strong science-based definitions of climate solutions, 2. Exclude companies on the Carbon Underground 200 list, 3. Annually disclose methodology and investments in all asset classes, 4. Commit to ongoing engagement with CalPERS plan participants and stakeholders to share updates and continue refining best practices. I have copies of a letter that elaborates on these points signed by 782 members and supporters from Sierra Club and the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment that I'd like to share. We look forward to further dialogue about how the Climate Action Plan can become more robust and transparent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next I would like to call Crystal Zermeno, Heidi Harmon, and JJ Jelensik. Okay, go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. Hello, my name is Crystal Cermeño, Coordinator for California Common Good. The labor and community groups in California Common Good Network applaud CalPERS trustee leadership and CalPERS staff for setting the goal of investing $100 billion in climate solutions, as well as the goals the fund has set to getting to net zero emissions by 2050. It is our desire to support the success of these goals that led us to sharing the analysis of the fund investments based upon the information we were provided through our public records request. Excuse me. We are eager to work with CalPERS staff and trustees on this incredibly important work and agree wholeheartedly that it's not easy, but it is absolutely necessary. Based on our review of the response letter that was sent to California Common Good regarding our memo, as CalPERS staff know, an essential fact is not in dispute. The response memo states, the inclusion of low-carbon initiatives from legacy energy companies seems to be California Common Good's primary objection to CalPERS climate strategy. This is absolutely correct. The CalPERS statement goes on to say, investing in these types of companies will raise our portfolio's total emission the short term in order to provide financial and environmental benefits down the road. We and so many experts believe that this is not correct. There are many other options for investments that provide the fund with its desired rate of return, help address climate change, and move us towards a just transition. Additionally, CalPERS has not demonstrated that investments labeled as transition are made with criteria and accountability mechanisms that facilitate transition. Last, the inclusion of fossil fuel companies in a list of climate solutions prompts further questions. CalPERS staff makes the erroneous claim that California Common Good's report calls for divestment of assets. California Common Good does not. Our memo did not claim that. What we are clearly saying is that about 14% of the assets being claimed as climate solutions should not be counted as such. We expect that the stakeholders and CalPERS staff will not always agree on the particulars of what constitutes a climate solution. But more urgently, the present publicly available information and details made available in response to the PRA fail to illustrate how the Climate Action Plan will reduce risk and seek opportunities. CalPERS put forth a strong vision for investing in solutions that reduce emissions and support adaptation, a vision we wholeheartedly support, but we remain concerned that it has not been implemented to its fullest potential. Just very quickly, I want to just reiterate, we do not have a substantive disagreement around the need that we do have a substantive agreement around the need to have an increase in carbon emissions in the short term in order to get to the zero carbon investments that meet the fiduciary obligations to beneficiaries. And we really hope that CalPERS will consider reevaluating its position and talk to additional experts and stakeholders on these options. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Good morning, Board. My name is Heidi Harmon. I'm the former mayor of San Luis Obispo, which is something I did in 2016, something I never thought I would. Run for office. I wasn't a politician. I wasn't wealthy. I was a single mother of 2 kids working as a maid, struggling to make ends meet, but I was fueled by a deep and unwavering love for my children and a relentless concern for their future. I don't normally bring up my children in these speeches because it's hard to get through. I had seen the threat of climate change creeping into our lives, into their lives, the wildfires, the heat waves, the toxic air. I knew I couldn't change everything, but I believed strongly in the power of local action, and I knew I had to try. Against all odds, I won by 46 votes. And over my 3 terms in office, I fought to make my community a leader in climate action, setting bold carbon neutrality goals, standing up to corporations profiting off our destruction, and divesting our city from fossil fuels. When I became a mayor, I was automatically enrolled in CalPERS. It was my first ever retirement plan, a moment that should have felt like a step towards security, a moment my mother was proud of. Instead, it was a strong step towards precarity. I discovered that my hard-earned retirement savings, money meant to protect the future of myself and my children, was being invested in the very corporations responsible for the climate crisis. The very corporations hell-bent on destroying my children's future. Exxon, Shell, Chevron, the same companies that poison our air, fueling wildfires and destroying the places that we call home. Today, CalPERS holds nearly $30 billion in oil and gas investments, despite overwhelming evidence that fossil fuels are a financial disaster, in addition, and more importantly, to being a moral failure. Our state pension funds refuse to divest, clinging to the idea that shareholder advocacy can change these corporations. Let's be clear, it won't. The latest IPCC report lets us know that we have a rapidly closing window and shareholder engagement will not stop wildfires, etc. If money talks, then what does it say when California, a supposed climate leader, keeps pouring billions into the very industries fueling this catastrophe? But this isn't just about bad investments, it's about our very survival. In California, the climate crisis is not some distant threat. It's here, it's in our smoky air, our relentless heat waves, and our water shortages. I was born and raised in Pasadena and Altadena, where entire streets have been wiped out by fire. Seeing the devastation firsthand took my breath away, but it also reignited a fury in me, a fury to fight harder, to demand better, and to ensure that we will no longer fund our own destruction. A pension is an investment in the future, not just for retirees, but for our children, for my children. Their names are Zoe and Jack. They're about 30 years old, and I hope that they get to at least be my age or more. Every dollar poured into the fossil fuel industry is a dollar fueling our own demise, and it's time for CalPERS to follow the lead of others and to divest from fossil fuels and invest in a future that supports life. When we stop funding our own destruction, we start building possibility. So CalPERS, the choice is yours. Do you want to invest in collapse in a world of fire, droughts, and displacement, or do you want to divest in the destruction of the California dream? Or do you want to invest in a future where our children can breathe clean air, drink safe water, and thrive in a world powered by justice and renewal? A pension is meant to secure the future, so let's ensure that that future is one of hope and not harm. It's time to divest our money, my money, and my children's money from the very industries that are profiting off our destruction. So let's invest in life and in justice and in the world that we truly want to build and deserve before it's too late. Thank Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I believe that's all the people we have here today in person to comment. Did I miss anyone that wanted to speak now? We have some folks on the phone that we'll move to next. So let's bring up our first phone call-in commenters.
Yes, Chairman Miller, we have Jennifer Odell from Labor's Union to speak to item 5A. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Hey, this is Jennifer. I was wondering if I could wait until you get to that part in the agenda.
Sure. We'll bring you back when we get to 5A. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next we have Greg Lichtenstein, and he's on the line for general comment. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Miller and the board for the opportunity to speak. My name is Greg Lichtenstein. I'm a CalPERS retiree with 33 years of service as a physician and administrator with San Diego State University. More importantly, I'm a father and grandfather who'd like to see a healthy planet for my progeny. Given the Trump administration's decision to trash efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and instead to promote the extraction and use of fossil fuels, it's even more important that the state pension plans play a larger role in promoting effective environmental policies. I've previously expressed my desire that my pension investments do not include companies involved in extraction, transport, and combustion of fossil fuels. The board has cited instead its plan for large-scale investments in a climate action fund. I was therefore appalled when I read recent reports that disclosed that this climate action fund nevertheless contains almost $4 billion in securities of many of the highest greenhouse gas emitters, including oil and gas companies and utilities. Additionally, researchers have been unable to obtain details from CalPERS regarding about $25 billion in private equity, private debt, infrastructure, and real estate holdings that CalPERS classifies as climate solutions. I urge the board to take a close look at these climate action fund investments, as well as the quality of the advice that the managers are receiving. Major adjustments must be made to the portfolio to ensure clear definitions of climate solutions so that these investments have a positive climate impact. Investments must also be selected for their beneficial effects on communities, particularly those of color and lower income. Companies with the worst greenhouse gas records must be excluded. Information on all of these investments must be disclosed to the public to allow us to monitor the board's promised commitment to halve the portfolio's carbon intensity by 2030 and cut the risk that climate change poses to the pension fund. And that last statement is directly from your website. Plan participants and other stakeholders must have regular opportunities to provide feedback. And thank you for this opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have another caller?
Chairman Miller, next we have Deborah West Jones for general public comment. Go ahead, Deborah.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Deborah West Jones. I'm a local elder at the St. Pasadena Church, and I was ordained in 2013. I'm also a retired nurse. I worked at the Huntington Hospital for over 16 years and retired in 2016. I'm a longtime resident of Altadena, a homeowner for 36 years. My husband and I have been married for 27 years, and we both retired in 2016 and began a remodel for our master bedroom and bathroom and walk-in closet. On January 8th, we lost everything in the Eaton Canyon fire, along with over 50 other families in our congregation. On the afternoon before the fire, our power went out about 3:30 in the afternoon. I had visited some friends in the desert and returned home early due to high winds. We went to bed early since there was no power, and we were awakened at 3:30 a.m. to an alert on our cell phones, evacuate now. It's not safe to stay in your home. We gathered a few items in a haze of sleepiness and confusion as the smoke and the fire headed our way. It was very dark, and all the lights were still out. Due to no power, we were able to assist our neighbor who was in her 80s and lived alone. We caravaned out of the area, called our cousins who lived up the hill from us, and they were still in their home. We told them, get out now. Apparently, they had power earlier and had received information to go to the shelter at the Pasadena Convention Center. There were lots of families, elderly folks, wheelchairs, walkers, animals. The Red Cross provided blankets, cots. We spent most of the day in a very large room. We didn't find out until later that afternoon that our house had burned down. We were offered a place to sleep for the night by a friend in Monrovia. They also lost power. These friends became our foundation. As believers, their church provided a Zoom meeting that evening to inform folks impacted by the fires of next steps. This was indeed a blessing. Contact your insurance, file a claim, and apply for FEMA. We've been blessed to have a network of friends and family who have stepped up to help. A demonstration of community, unity, diversity, and yes, inclusion. The blessings have been exceedingly and abundantly more than one could imagine, and yet so many remain displaced, and we need real solutions that prioritize community needs that have arisen from this natural disaster that has been made worse by climate change. Over 9,000 structures and 14,000 acres of land was burned. I want to close with a prayer that I wrote, acknowledging what everyone was feeling after the Eaton Canyon fire. As we lament, grieve, and deal with our loss, anger, as we recognize the tragedy of loss, as we cry out to God, we are praying that our grieving can bring us closer to God. And as we trust and believe that God is doing a new thing, and that's from 2 Corinthians 5:17, as we rebuild our lives and remember that your latter will be greater than your past, from a song by Martha Munisi. Thank you for listening. I also want to just let the CalPERS know that our church is part of sponsoring a National Faith and Climate Change Forum on the 27th of March. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have another caller on the phone?
Chairman Miller, next we have Sheila Cox for general public comment.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello, my name is Sheila Cox, and I'm a CalPERS retiree, formerly the California Franchise Tax Board. I'm here to comment about the holding of Tesla stock by CalPERS. Politics aside, Tesla is suffering due to Elon Musk's mismanagement of the company. Tesla has been hemorrhaging ever since Elon borrowed against his Tesla stock to buy Twitter. CalPERS should divest from Tesla because Tesla stock is widely overvalued. CalPERS Investment Fund is a financial tool to help keep the state retirement stable. California is legally on the hook to make up any shortfalls in California pension funds. CalPERS has a fiduciary duty and moral responsibility to divest immediately from all Elon Musk-controlled companies, including Tesla, which is collapsing. Tesla stock has plummeted 50% since December. Tesla stock should be driven off the road in order to preserve the dignity of public employees, public lands, America's democracy, and the constitutional checks and balances that sustain our liberties and keep tyrants at bay. Social Security is under threat now, so our pension stability is more important than ever. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any more callers?
Yes, Chairman Miller. Next we have Teresa Eid for general public comment.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for this time to speak to the board. I'm Teresa Eid. I'm a retiree with CalPERS, and for over 20 years, I was a public educator and project manager on recycling programs or a JPA called the Alameda County Waste Management Authority. And I'm here also to strongly urge you to sell off all CalPERS stock in Tesla. Even as I speak, Elon Musk and his private contractors are destroying federal public institutions critical to functioning democracy, with an apparent end goal to concentrate power to the executive branch, sweep away consumer and environmental protections to benefit giant corporations, to take away programs that promote racial equity, to privatize public assets, and take away benefits such as Medicaid and Social Security from those in need in order to offset the cost for a $1 trillion tax break for the wealthy. In addition, Elon Musk is using Doge to apparently cancel and transfer a legally executed contract to enrich his own firm, as well as to block several government investigations into his company's misconduct. He is a known supporter for white supremacy, even publicly using Nazi salutes. And his behavior and track record are the antithesis of what your membership represents. The state of California and its local governments work in good faith to benefit the people and their piece of the planet. You must also know that a Dutch pension plan, ABP, divested all of its $600 million of Tesla stock last fall solely on the inappropriate Musk CEO compensation package, because it demonstrated irrational and poor business practices. I am embarrassed and appalled that my pension program is supporting white supremacy, corporate misconduct, and the end of 200 years of American democracy. Surely, with the unprecedented actions of Elon Musk, you must see the need to act now and sell Tesla. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have another commenter?
Yes, Chairman Miller, we have Paul Baranich for general public comment. Go ahead, Paul.
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. I just have a brief comment. My name is Paul Baranich. I'm a CalPERS retiree. I spent 35 years working for the State Department of Health Services and the California EPA, enforcing environmental laws and regulations. Had a lot of success. As you may know, it took many, many years to get these environmental laws and regulations in place. And it now, the federal government is trying to dismantle the U.S. EPA, which will affect all the other states. These laws and regulations, I appreciate the comments made by Heidi, the former mayor of San Luis Obispo, as well as Sheila Cox. So I won't, I'll just say that the state should divest from Tesla stock. It's an impossible situation, and it's getting worse. And hard to believe we're at the point we are in terms of environmental laws and regulations. You'd think they'd be more robust, but they're heading down the toilet at this point. So anyway, as well as the fossil fuel, as well as divesting from fossil fuel extraction and processing. But in any case, do the right thing, folks, and appreciate your efforts. And thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this morning.
Thank you, Paul. Do we have another commenter?
Yes, Chairman Miller, Dan Cohn from IEESA is on the line for general comment.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the time to address you this morning. My name is Dan Cohn. I'm an energy finance analyst with the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. We examine global energy markets and comment on investor responses to climate risk. We have a footprint in about 30 countries. And I thought I might provide some context to the comments this morning on the sustainable portfolio and the inclusions of fossil fuel companies. My main comment is that it appears that CalPERS is coming to different conclusions as to the role the fossil fuel sector will play in a low carbon world from other institutional investors. Other funds have been building similar portfolios, and you may very well already be familiar with some of what they've been doing. I wanted to start by mentioning a Dutch fund referred to by its initials PFCW. the fund undertook an intensive 2-year engagement with fossil fuel sector companies with the sole purpose of evaluating their climate transition strategy. This was a threshold for continued inclusion in the portfolio. And when the fund announced its results, they decided to retain only 7 listed oil and gas companies and chose to sell 310 others that, in their view, did not align with the Paris Climate Agreement. They also committed to significantly increase investments in companies focused on the energy transition. Closer to home, I want to mention the New York State Common Retirement Fund. The fund has been undergoing a methodical process with companies in the fossil fuel sector along the same lines as the previous fund, generally evaluating their competitive positioning for an anticipated future where human society uses less fossil fuels than we do today. And the review has proceeded subsector by subsector, beginning with thermal coal and oil sands, proceeding to shale drillers, integrated oil and gas companies, and now electric utilities. It has been orderly and thoughtful. They've evaluated company goals, strategy, capital expenditures, and more. The result at each stage has been a restriction on some of the companies evaluated based on the fund's criteria, almost in the vein of a relative value trade, if you will. The fund has also made significant investments in low carbon index funds that heavily underweight the fossil fuel sector. I want to close with just a few comments on the fossil fuel sector's posture that I believe underlie the sector's poor positioning to navigate the competitive pressures it faces going forward. First, the sector has been shrinking. It made up nearly 30% of the S&P 500 by value in 1980, but it shrunk to just 3.3% of that index as of February month end. And over the past decade, the sector has delivered the single lowest returns and single highest volatility of all sectors in the S&P 500. And it actually would have done significantly worse had Russia's invasion of Ukraine not boosted commodity prices. And again, since the stock market trough of 2022, fossil fuels have seen the worst performance among sectors. Looking forward, traditional energy faces increased market headwinds that it appears ill-prepared to handle. It faces competition from low-carbon technologies that challenge its growth trajectory and its key end-use markets of electricity and transport, among others. Its key low-carbon technology is something called carbon capture and storage that is, at this point, not commercially viable without significant and perhaps even permanent public subsidies. And the technology faces technical, economic, geologic, and regulatory challenges as well. And as you may have seen, if following the news on this subject, many of the oil and gas companies have been pulling back from diversification into renewable energy or power markets. Instead, many eggs have been placed in the basket of liquefied natural gas, where analysts are seeing a glut develop in global supply that is likely to lower prices and reduce margins for that business. It is not clear to myself and my colleagues.
Pretty quickly. You've run out of time, so if you could wrap up and conclude, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
We believe there's a fair set of questions to be asked as to why these companies are included in the CalPERS sustainable portfolio. It does not seem that many of them have a credible long-term plan B that will give them relevance beyond producing smaller amounts of fossil fuels for a smaller amount class of consumers. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Next caller.
Mr. Miller, we have no more public callers or callers for general public comment.
Okay. Okay, at this point, I think we're done with public comment at this time. And we've been going now for quite a while. So I think we'll take a short break and then we'll return. So let's do, 15 minutes? Sound reasonable? Yeah, let's do 15 minutes. So that'll bring us back at almost 10:48 or so, somewhere around there, 10:50. Okay. See you soon. Thanks for your patience, everyone, and thanks for all your public comments. on back, board members.
Oh, I did not. Frank's out there.
As long as I beat Frank.
I think Ramon's going to get back to his seat before. Well, Frank beat him back. Frank did it. Frank got back before Ramon. Oh. All right. Thank everybody for your patience, and we'll get back in session here. It turns out that we did miss somebody who wanted to speak, and so we're going to have one more public comment before we jump in back into our agenda. And so at this time, I would like to call up Megan Shumway for public comment. If you would come down, and we'll have the microphone ready for you. Thank you. And your mic is live, so you can start whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Megan Shumway. I'm a PERS retiree. I was a public health nurse and a child health and disability prevention deputy director. And I grew up in Los Angeles in the 50s and 60s, and I have asthma. I've seen firsthand and personally what fossil fuels do to people. And I think the board needs to understand that by investing in fossil fuels, they are harming the people of California. There are plenty of evidence that it's causing more preterm births, more small for gestation age babies, and causing adults to have increased incidence of illness of various kinds. I am appalled that I'm here again asking you to divest from fossil fuels, and that includes everything from coal to natural gas and all their products that cause harms to people. We can't do this sustainably, and I want you to know that the PERS retirees are a savvy group of people and cannot be gaslit into thinking you're doing sustainable actions when you are not. So please, I'd like to see you to divest from all forms of fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment. And so moving on in our agenda, we get to our action consent items. Moved by President Taylor, seconded by Director Palkey. So, any discussion of the matter? We'll call for the question.
Yes. Lilia John. Aye. Michael DeClaire. Aye. Frank Ruffino.
Aye.
Reina Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Aye.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker.
Aye.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Okay, the ayes have it. The motion passes. So that moves us on to our information consent items. I haven't had anyone ask to pull any of these. So, not seeing any requests. So we'll move on to our action agenda item 5A, policy changes for responsible contractor policy, a third reading. And I will definitely have some public comments for this one queued up. Okay. Yeah, and I know we do have some public commenters on this one before we take our actions.
Good morning, excuse me. Tamara Sells, Associate Investment Manager, Sustainable Investments. Today I will present Agenda Item 5A, Policy Changes for the Responsible Contractor Policy, third reading. I will briefly review the Responsible Contractor Policy scope and history, and I will go over the timeline of activities completed as part of the current refresh process, And I will also review all of the proposed policy revisions, as well as those considered but not adopted. Next slide, please. Thank you. CalPERS has a deep interest in the condition of workers employed at CalPERS owned assets. So the purpose of the policy is to promote careful and prudent action while managing the responsible contractor program. And it also demonstrates CalPERS' support and encouragement of fair wages and benefits for workers employed by our managers, contractors, and subcontractors. The policy applies to U.S. real estate and infrastructure assets where CalPERS holds a greater than 50% interest on contracts equal or greater to $100,000. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the policy was established back in the 90s, and it has been formally reviewed and refreshed twice since its inception. The policy is reviewed on an ongoing basis by CalPERS staff as issues, questions, or concerns are raised regarding implementation of the policy. And this current refresh marks the third formal policy review since inception. Next slide, please. So this current RCP refresh has been underway for the past 18 months and began in August of 2023. The first reading of the proposed policy revisions were brought forth at the March 2024 Investment Committee, where staff sought and received the board's feedback. After doing additional work, the second reading of the proposed policy revisions were brought forth at the June 2024 Investment Committee, where staff sought the board's approval. And the board asked staff to do additional work around fiduciary testing for the feasibility of updating the policy to expand the language and scope around labor neutrality, expand the language of support for apprenticeships, and conduct market analysis to determine the feasibility for mandating certain labor practices such as labor peace agreements, prevailing wages, and bid credits. Following the June Investment Committee, from July 2024 through February of 2025, CalPERS staff held follow-up engagements with trade, union, and labor stakeholders, our RCP managers, peers, legal counsel, fiduciary counsel, IT staff, as well as the board's consultant. And I will go into greater detail on the diligence work on the next slide, but today, staff are bringing forth the third read of the proposed policy revisions with a recommendation for adoption. Next slide, please. The policy review and engagement process has been informed by a number of inputs, and I will focus on the activities highlighted in yellow, which reflect the additional diligence work done in response to the board's June IC direction of 2024. So CalPERS staff researched and reviewed all of the IC directed items by compiling and reviewing all of the research and data provided by the stakeholders and studies around labor practices and performance. We also undertook an additional review of our peer benchmarking work by conducting interviews with 6 peers to better understand the core requirements and mandated practices within the various responsible contractor policies. We held a series of Q&A sessions with our managers to get their feedback and perspective on the proposed revisions, as well as those considered but not proposed for adoption. We collaborated with legal and fiduciary counsel to complete fiduciary research, analysis, and review of our findings. And we also held an in-person stakeholder engagement with stakeholders to hear their perspective and provide them with an update on the ongoing diligence work. CalPERS staff also collaborated with our IT staff to further build out the website requirements, and we've moved from exploration to implementation for the development and design of a centralized bidding website. We made additional edits to the policy. We reviewed those proposed changes with our legal office as well as our board consultant, and that encompasses the extent of the diligence work done post-June IC. Next slide, please. Recall that CalPERS staff carefully and thoroughly vetted 15 areas for potential updates and proposed updates to 8 areas of the policy, which are reflected under the categories listed here on slide 7. The black text reflects proposed revisions that were brought forth in the first and/or second read. And today, staff are proposing additional updates to the policy, which are reflected as the red text on this slide. Under category number 4, listed as neutrality/labor peace, staff are proposing to add new language to the policy under the transition, enforcement, monitoring, and administration section of the policy, with new language around manager expectations when employees exercise their right to freedom of association. And I'll provide that specific language later on in the presentation. Under category number 6, listed as skilled and trained workforce, CalPERS staff proposed to expand the language around apprenticeships within the certification of responsible contractor status document, and I will also provide greater detail on that later in the presentation. Next slide, please. This slide reflects or shows the 7 of those 15 categories that were thoroughly vetted, but after careful consideration, staff did not propose updates to the policy, and no further updates will be proposed for the third read on any of those categories. Next slide, please. So for the third reading of the policy, staff are proposing that the board adopt 2 additional revisions. First, we are proposing to establish a new section within the policy titled Manager's Expectation and add the following language. CalPERS supports managers cooperating and bargaining in good faith with workers who have chosen to be represented by unions. Managers, delegates, and subdelegates should not make threats, create an atmosphere of intimidation or fear, or retaliate against employees who are exercising their right to freedom of association. Note that with this proposed policy change or update, we would also like to incorporate the voluntary compliance language within this new manager's expectations section. For the third reading, we are also proposing to expand the language around apprenticeships within the certification of responsible contractor status document outlined in Appendix 1 of the policy. Currently, the certification document inquires or asks whether firms will provide access to apprenticeships, but we would like to expand not only the accessing, but the hiring of apprenticeships. And we did call out the registered federal or state approved apprenticeship programs for that proposed edit. Next slide, please. This slide is a summary of the proposed policy revisions that were brought forth before the board for the second read of the policy. And those proposed policy revisions were to expand the language within the certification of responsible contractor status to include reference to debarments when the contractor is certifying its regulatory status, to add the full text of the CalPERS labor principles, to add reference to commingled funds and indirect investments within the voluntary compliance language, and to add neutrality to the definitions section of the policy and removing references to an old expired child program. Next slide, please. This slide is a summary of the proposed revisions brought before the board for the first read of the policy. Excuse me. The proposed revisions were to expand the definition of a responsible contractor and to include reference of what is not a responsible contractor. We also proposed to establish more streamlined and consistent outreach for bidding opportunities. And we had also proposed to add greater clarity and specificity around the expectations of our managers, as well as clarifying, updating annual reporting guidance for the managers. We also proposed policy language to reference our support for skills safety training and that all employees have the skills necessary to perform the work safely. And lastly, we proposed revisions to encourage participation by a broader group of qualifying firms, including those that are service-disabled veteran-owned businesses, minority-owned controlled firms, and firms controlled by women. Next slide, please. Staff ask that the board approve all of the proposed policy revisions as presented in the first, second, and third reads of the policy. If approved, the revised policy will provide greater clarity as to how we define a responsible contractor, promote greater vigilance in the competitive bidding process and in the hiring and selection of responsible contractors, provide greater clarity and specificity around the expectations of our managers. It would incorporate the full text of the CalPERS labor principles, establish more streamlined and consistent outreach for bidding opportunities, support enhanced communication between managers, labor organizations, trade stakeholders, and our staff. It would reinforce our expectation for healthy and safe working conditions while performing services with respect to RCP investments, and encourage participation by a broad group of qualifying firms. It will address and clarify potential reporting gaps by our external managers, and it will also be improved by other technical and clarifying edits. This concludes the presentation for the policy changes for responsible contractor policy third reading, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, and it's been, 18 months. It's been a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of communication with a lot of people, and I appreciate the work by the team and everybody who's contributed within and outside of the organization. So on to questions. We've got President Taylor.
I didn't expect to be called on so quickly.
Yeah.
So I want to thank the team for all the hard work. I know that we all sent you back to the drawing board some time ago. I can't even remember now. September last year?
June
last year? I really appreciate all the hard work you guys put into this, all the research. I think we've come out with something for everyone, even if everyone doesn't agree. But I really think our folks did a really good job trying their best to do the work within our fiduciary duty and the policy parameters that we have. So thank you very much for the work.
Okay, Director Palkey.
Ditto. No, just the amount of hours that went into putting this together, reaching out to the stakeholders and getting their perspective and their opinions. Thank you for doing that. And again, just thank you to the entire team, multiple teams actually, that went into putting this together. Thank you.
Okay, Director Willett.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. I really appreciate the work that's gone into it. A lot of work has gone into it, reaching out to our stakeholders, and a lot of man hours. And I think that that's really important. I think we've come a really long way since we started this process in the original RCP that we started with 18 months ago or longer. But I think that there are still a few gaps in order for us to meet our fiduciary obligations to our members in order to pay for the retirement security. And one of those gaps, I think, is the absence of acknowledging or encouraging labor peace agreements. I think these agreements are important to prevent labor disputes that'll disrupt operations and could adversely affect our investment returns and thereby those retirements. I think incorporating labor peace would align with our fiduciary obligation to mitigate those risks. I'm also concerned about the inclusion of non-core real estate investments exclusion of non-core real estate investments. I think more and more what is core, what is not core is becoming a gray area, and to really delineate that in a policy without acknowledging part of our portfolio is not aligned with our fiduciary obligation, knowing that a responsible contractor policy helps us ensure the security and the operational management of our investments. And then I'm really excited about the new online system website, but I do think that we don't have an implementation plan. I think this policy is only so good as the paper it's printed on until we have a robust implementation plan. And I'd like to see or hear about a implementation plan to make sure that our investments are secured, aligned with that policy. So I think that these are some gaps that I would like to see addressed in a RCP policy update.
Okay, next I have Frank Ruffino.
Am I on? Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Treasurer Ma is pleased with the policy revision work and ditto. Being that she's been advocating some of these revisions from day one. So thank you to all the staff and stakeholders who have been working very diligently. And as has been said, it's been a long time. And she certainly welcomes, too, the idea that CalPERS continues the role as a leader in responsible investment and in our ability to secure appropriate risk-adjusted investment returns. That's very, very important to the treasurer. In that vein, I do have a quick question, and I think you sort of you answer it, but it's important for all to hear again. How do these policy changes help mitigate human capital and reputational risks? But specifically, what metrics will be used to measure their impact?
Thank you for the question. The overarching goal of the responsible contractor policy is to promote responsible workforce practices on real estate and infrastructure assets where CalPERS owns a greater than 50% interest. And in doing so, we are trying to facilitate the success of the fund consistent with our fiduciary duty. And so a lot of the recommendations around enhanced vigilance in the hiring and selection, for example, of contractors. These type of practices are those that we are trying to promote as greater best practices within the responsible contracting space. Now you asked about metrics, and you are a bit ahead of the game in that, and as part of the implementation as well, as we're looking to possibly have additional metrics that we'd be able to track with enhanced, like a website and enhanced reporting of that nature. But when we're looking at the number of contracts, the contract dollars, where it's going, and the attribution of why those contract dollars are moving up or down, we're also assessing the human capital practices as well within this space. And if there's been any disruptions and things of that nature, we're considering it in our overall analysis of how the policy is being implemented.
Great. We're looking forward to those metrics in the future.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, if I may add one small little comment on behalf of the treasurer too, I think she shares some of the concern that Director Willett just point out, particularly in the space of peace agreements. And I know there is some legal concerns, very serious legal concerns that we need to address, and we need to look at it. And I hope that in the future, during the revisions, we'll be able to take a look at those and hear some of these not necessarily opposing, but conflicting legal opinions, and see if we can make some progress in that respect. Because I believe the treasurer believes that the peace labor agreements, it could be an excellent tool to satisfy both the needs of the workers as well as the needs of the investor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Director Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to thank the staff for all their work, and I also want to thank the interested parties, the stakeholders, the labor unions for embracing their concerns as you should. I am pleased with the final product. I know we have to stay within legal opinions as to what is our authority, but at the same time, I'll acknowledge that what we do is in the best interest of participants and beneficiaries, looking at the long-term horizon, and so that allows us to we have this policy, but we can also make sure that through other actions, it's clear to everyone that we encourage and support the best labor practices that would ensure the best return for human capital and our economic capital. And so I would ask, as you lay out the implementation program, that be brought into consideration. But again, thank you very much for great work, and thank you all the advocates for pushing forward their views on this issue, which is very historic again. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair.
Next I have Director Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Miller. And thank you, Tamara, for your comments. I really do appreciate. I appreciate staff's diligence on this process for the last 18 months and how much it's taken to go through the whole process. I was reading back the history of the RCP, the Responsible Contractor Policy, and I had come across that when it first was accepted, the exception of it back in the 90s, it was actually an initiative from the trustees. That's my understanding from it, and it was interesting how it came about, and it was something that came out of that whole process of that. I mean, I think it might have been from that whole era of the Council for Institutional Investors and so forth. But what I found interesting was that it was driven. It was a trustee-driven policy at the time, and it has moved and has always been that way historically. And so when I'm reading this material, I want to thank you for your comments and the work that you've done as of today. But as Vice Chair Willett says, there are some items that have fallen short with respect to the prevailing wages, for instance, the apprenticeship program, because as I recall several sessions ago, I think it was back in November when we had our session on this. Not November, yes, September of last year, when we had the apprentices come in and they spoke very, very passionately about what their work was and how they had done their work. I found it really moving that it had not only an impact on projects, CalPERS projects, but just an impact on the whole community, our entire state. And it kind of resonated with respect to the California Impact Report and how that all comes together in respect to that. So, but I'm also very concerned about the labor peace agreements as well, and how they're not incorporated there. So these are items that I feel we have fallen short, and I just wanted to express my concerns. And I wanted to know if your thoughts on a roadmap moving forward on that, if you can elaborate further.
Yeah, thank you so much for the comments and the question. The labor peace agreements, as currently referenced within the policy, neither prohibit nor obligate managers from entering into, but they are referenced. And they are something, as you've noted, that can be used as a tool between firms and unions to help negotiate certain concessions, if you will. So with respect to, the plan for implementation, I think there would be additional analysis or work that would need to be done with respect to, if you're asking mandating labor peace agreements and mandating prevailing wages. And to that, I would defer to our legal on the work that would need to be done.
And that's a fair statement. Thank you so much for your comments. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all the hard work your staff has gone through for the last 18 months on this process. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Controller Cohen.
Yes. Thank you. Can you hear me? Is this on? I can never tell.
Yes.
It's louder in my head. Good afternoon. It's good to see you again. I appreciate I think 18 months is, I thought it was closer to 2 years. I thought maybe you might be a little generous, but there are 5 things that I just want to go back over in the history, right? So there were some policy changes that we discussed prior to our third reading. The board asked CalPERS staff to review and also to explore the feasibility of updating the RCP policy to clean up some changes, to address 5 things that I'm going to highlight. First, to expand the requirement of labor neutrality to non-CalPERS controlled investments. And I think that we are in agreement on that. Thank you. And then the second one is to expand the requirement of labor neutrality to CalPERS controlled investments that are managed by non-core real estate and infrastructure managers. And I think Melissa spoke to that as well. The third point that I wanted to just call into record was we encourage apprenticeship programs. And again, you incorporated that. I appreciate that. The fourth point was mandate labor peace agreements. Now, this is kind of a squishy one, right? A little bit difficult to say yes and no. Now, staff came back and said that we needed to have a market study to complete that. And I was wondering if you could give me a little bit more context as to what triggers a market study. Is it? Thank you.
Good morning, board members and Controller Cohen. The board can trigger it. The investment office can trigger it. We can just start down that path. But I would ask my colleague Tiffany Reeves, your fiduciary counsel, to kind of expand upon what that process would involve to ensure that any decision that the board would make to use that to incorporate a policy into our responsible contractor policy would be fiduciarily sound.
Okay. So when we're thinking about labor peace agreements specifically, one of the first things I want to point out is that when you're thinking about this from a fiduciary perspective and you're thinking about prudence, and specifically it's focused on process, right? And the prudence of the process that the board undertook to arrive at a decision, action or inaction. And part of a prudent process is looking at peer practices. And one thing that Tamara identified in her review of peer practices is that none of your peers that we've looked at in the peer group have mandated labor peace agreements. And so then the secondary question that you would look at is, well, why? What is the impact on this specific labor practice on risk and opportunity? And as of yet, it's unclear that diligence has been undertaken by this organization to look at the impact on risk and opportunity of this specific labor practice, and then also determine that that impact is material to your portfolio. And so you would have to undertake a process of, that you deem appropriate to look at this practice and understand how it impacts your portfolio from both a risk and a return perspective.
Is there an established practice that's already generally accepted? Is there an established process, excuse me?
No, I mean, you would have to determine what kind of the credible, experts are in this field to look at their research. You would have to kind of define what your process is. Who are the credible experts that we could look at? How have we determined, to go about this? How have we tested our portfolio to determine how this impacts risk and opportunity? And what access to data and performance data do you have to look at? Tamara can talk to, I think, a little bit to what you've determined kind of at a high level, is that there's not a lot of information out there about how this impacts risk or opportunity, and that your peers have looked at this and have determined it's not appropriate for their portfolio. I don't know, Tamara, if you have any kind of thing to add and from a diligence perspective of how of the feedback you got from peers.
Yeah, and just to add to that, in addition to using the publicly available information for our peers, we did interview the peers because we wanted to really dig into what were the core principles and tenets within the policy, what are the mandated practices. We tried to focus on those peers that had revised their policies from 2015 and beyond, post-2015, so we can really just learn from each other and understand if there's any examples of success within those areas, and in particular around those practices that you all asked us to look into.
Okay, I think my slight pushback is that we like to pride ourselves on being industry leaders, not necessarily looking around to see what others are doing, but taking the bold step to move forward and setting and charting the way. Of course, that also means bringing and checking in with our stakeholders. So I understand there's a delicate balance that has to ensue. I want to talk a little bit about the prevailing wage requirement. There has been a little bit of discussion already on it. Aren't most markets in which we operate in already, aren't we governing and aren't we already using prevailing wages? And so my question really is why is this such a stretch to incorporate into this policy?
Thank you for the question. We are currently using prevailing wage as a factor that is reviewed amongst like public work projects that are in similar geographic areas. So it's currently just a factor, an indicator that is used.
So is there some kind of a value ascribed to this factor? What's the significance of identifying it as a factor?
There's no, I don't have a response to that question, but what I will say is that what you've asked us to do is mandate it. And currently the policy says that we don't use the government definition for prevailing wages. So I think we would have to start with a process where we have a prescriptive definition of prevailing wages, starting there first. And then we would move to whatever the market testing is necessary to test the mandating of that.
So if the government had a standard, then we would be able to incorporate it in our policy?
Yeah, it would definitely be informed within our review of establishing our own definition, whether we verbatim use their process or establish our own, yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay, next I have President Taylor.
So I just want to, I'm glad Tiffany's here, so I probably need some input from you, although I think you already said. So labor peace, you already sent out a memo to us, an ACP memo, but basically, if we were to take on a market review without having what you said was pure experience, we don't have pure experience. So are you saying that we would have to come up with the parameters for that market review?
So the point is that a prudent fiduciary cannot speculate. So when it comes to how these labor practices would impact risk and opportunity in your portfolio, you have to have hard data and have undertaken an analysis to determine whether or not these things materially impact performance positively or materially impact performance negatively, and have a full, data and information to inform your perspective. And so rather than making assumptions that labor peace is going to have a certain impact in your portfolio, it would be appropriate for you to do the diligence to make the determination about how that impacts your performance from a risk and a return perspective.
Okay, all right. So then, in addition, then I had, I think we did a sentence in there, Tamara, that you talked about just a second ago, where we encourage labor peace, notwithstanding okay, so it's in here somewhere that I haven't seen, but I want to address, I don't think it's our job to go back out to stakeholders with fighting legal opinions. I just don't think that's our job, okay? But what I want to also emphasize is prevailing wage is the law in many blue states, correct? I would say. California for sure, New York. But so where we operate, where it's the law, we have to do that because it's the law. Is that correct? Tamara?
Yeah, that's my understanding,
Okay.
yes.
But we also operate in states that do not have prevailing wage laws. So we can't mandate that in our investments. Is that correct?
We would have to test the market to understand if we could mandate it.
Okay. And what would that exactly require for us to test the market for prevailing wage?
It would encompass what Ms. Reeves has ironed out with respect to testing the markets for mandating any type of labor practice, including labor peace agreements, prevailing wages. So whatever this board would, however we would define that process, we would then test the market on the impact to performance if we were to mandate those type of practices, specifically those practices.
And then after engaging with our stakeholders, all of our stakeholders, we have explained, and we had a stakeholder meeting long before this meeting, and it has been explained that we are encouraging the use of these things, but this is why we're not mandating it.
Yes, that is
But would you encourage the adoption of this, and then if the board wants something else, to move that later?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
And Ms. Taylor, I wouldn't say the language says we encourage it, but it does have language that says, if these labor practices are determined to be feasible or reasonable between the two parties, that CalPERS would support that. So it's
Okay.
like a neutral
Something
position,
like
but
that,
it doesn't
yeah.
encourage, because you have to be careful when you say encourage. That might be, well, we really mean require.
Correct, okay.
Yeah.
Right, all right. All right, so that's what I was just trying to get to. I think we've heard from a lot of our stakeholders. We know that some of them aren't happy with these things, but that it would require much more work for us before we would get there. And right now, I think it's important for us to just get the RCP in place, is my recommendation. So I would recommend our action be to approve this. Thank you.
Okay, I have no more requests from the board to speak on this, and I think before we go forward, call for any action, we do have some members of the public that wanted to speak to this item. A question for Matt, do I need to have a motion on the table before we go to those comments, or do we go to comments?
You can do it either way.
Okay, let's go to our commenters. They've been very patient with us today. So, on this item, I have, let's see, who do I have here? Susan Minato, Jeremy Smith, Michael Mark Swaby. Oh, no, sorry, that's wrong. Okay, let's go with our first two, and then we'll figure it out from there. It's so many notes here, I can't keep track of them.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Minato. I am co-president of Unite Here Local 11, one of the stakeholders. We represent hospitality workers in Southern California and Arizona. We do absolutely appreciate the continued work of CalPERS staff and trustees to update this responsible contractor policy. Unfortunately, 19 months after the initiation of the RCP refresh discussion in August of 23, it's our belief that the new proposal fails to adequately protect the fund from risks associated with strikes and labor disputes. We recommend that board members vote no on this policy. We're here today because abuses of private sector workers and labor disputes in the private sector undermine the retirement security of CalPERS beneficiaries like the SEIU 521 members we heard earlier. The mishandling of labor disputes, which can result in lengthy strikes and boycotts, harms investments. To cite just one example, economists Douglas Holtz-Eakin and Sarah Murad found that the impacts of strikes at Boeing have repeatedly reached into the billions of dollars. With the latest strike in 2024, lasting 53 days, it cost Boeing $2 billion and contributed to a net loss for the third quarter of 2024. So we can see that they're quite serious. Given the recent uptick in strikes, 2023 saw 24.8 million workdays lost to strikes, the highest number since 2000. The risk that labor disputes may impact investments is significant and cannot be ignored. Given these risks, in October 2023, 12 local, state, and national labor unions, including the California Labor Federation, the National AFL-CIO, the state and national building trades, wrote a letter to the CalPERS Sustainable Investments Program staff recommending changes to the RCP. The first recommendation was that CalPERS include labor peace language in the updated policy, not as a mandate, but as a tool that the fund can employ to mitigate risks associated with strikes and labor disputes. This language was prepared by Richard McCracken, who crafted the first labor peace policy on behalf of the city of Pittsburgh. He also did it for the city of Los Angeles for related to LAX and many other jurisdictions concerned with mitigating risks associated with strikes and labor disputes. Both the Third and Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals have ruled in favor of labor peace, and any challenges, the Supreme Court denied cert. So it made it the law of the land. The draft labor peace policy for CalPERS was specifically tailored to be fully consistent with and help to fulfill the fiduciary duty of pension fund leaders. Your rejection of the labor peace tool is based on your 2000 legal memo shown in the public stakeholder meetings. That basis is faulty. We have provided you legal analysis for you based on legal advice from the labor peace drafter originally, but you have not rebutted. So we recommend that you vote no and include more robust language and tools, especially in these times.
Time is up.
I'll conclude.
Yeah, wrap up.
Both in the RCP and across asset classes that will protect CalPERS beneficiaries from risks associated with strikes and labor disputes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have Jeremy Smith, followed by Michael Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, Jeremy Smith here on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council of California. We represent north of 450,000 construction trades workers in unions up and down the state. As the comments from the speaker from Unite Here illustrated earlier today, the responsible contractor policy in place now does not do what you all want it to do. Protect workers on CalPERS funded projects, nor does the update of that policy do what you want to do. Because of that, staff have left us no choice but to oppose today's effort to update these policies. Furthermore, we've been left with no other choice but to work with our public employee union brothers and sisters and go to the California legislature with AB 1439 to compel staff to fully support the concepts we outlined in our letter from August 2023, to use the RCP to require, first, the payment of California prevailing wage on California-specific CalPERS funded projects that are both new construction and those being maintained, as defined at Labor Code Section 1773. Secondly, the requirement to use a public contract code-defined skilled and trained workforce that ensures a percentage of the construction workers on California-specific CalPERS-funded projects will be graduates of California and state-approved apprenticeship programs or that are still apprentices in the system being trained, which will ensure not only that these will be the most highly trained workers available, but that they will be California workers. There is no mandate to use apprentices in the RCP before you today, and there needs to be. These two concepts protect construction workers and provide them with access to and a living wage on these jobs. But they also uplift good, responsible contractors, those that willingly sign up to bid on the types of large projects that CalPERS invests in or builds. Those that seek out and use apprentices so they can be trained to be the next generation of construction workers. Those that find no problem with treating construction workers with dignity and respect on the job. Contractors who treat workers with dignity and respect are high-road, law-abiding contractors who will better protect our members, but also CalPERS retirees' investments, helping meet this board's fiduciary duty. These contractors will likely be registered with DIR to build large public projects, those who willingly stay out of the underground economy and that agree to be known and to follow state labor law. By our read, nothing in the responsible contractor policy being debated today will do any of those things and will create real consequences and will be a lost opportunity for CalPERS to use its market power to hold employers accountable and uplift the lives of local California construction workers and apprentices. For these reasons, we respectfully oppose the version of the RCP before you today and urge you to vote no so that we can continue to work. Thank you.
Okay, next, thank you. Next, I have Michael Mark.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Michael Mark. I'm with Sheet Metal Workers Local 104, proudly serving Northern California. There was a lot of great comments by the board. I think one thing that we want to make sure is clear, there is no mandate on prevailing wages before us. There is no mandate to create opportunities for apprentices within this RCP. That is correct. So the added language that we requested was for the self-certification of contractors. So the contractor just has to click the box, say yes or no, am I going to break the law or not? And it's self-certification. There is no real teeth in that. One of the things that we did ask, and if you go back, it was on the slide 9, right? The portion of, do you offer an apprenticeship program to your employees, and or do you will hire apprentices from a joint labor management apprenticeship program? The second part is great, because then that contractor, if he clicks yes, he's actually committed to hiring a labor management apprenticeship person from the trades. The portion before is too confusing. When we are talking about the various stakeholder meetings, yes, I attended a stakeholder meeting. Yes, I asked a lot of the questions at said stakeholder meeting. A lot of my questions were not answered by staff during the portion. There was a lot of talks about fiduciary duties of the board, which is very important as a pension trustee. I understand that, I get that. But one thing too is making sure that when you are building a product, taking ownership of that product, you want to make sure it's built correctly, 100%, on time, on budget. There are studies shown when you're utilizing a unionized workforce to build your product, it's going to cost the owner, which would be CalPERS, 4% less money versus open shop. So that's just as a fiduciary duty, you would want to make sure that your product, your projects are built to the highest standards, and that's using prevailing wage, that's using skilled and trained apprenticeship programs, that's using making sure that the brothers and sisters that spoke at previous meetings, you're providing an opportunity to them. These are your California residents, right? I want to make sure it's stressed that the question regarding prevailing wages across the country, there's different laws, but what we were proposing was making sure that in California, there is a mandate for state prevailing wages. Only in California. And what my brother from the State Building Trade State, Jeremy Smith, stated was there is already laws in place. Everyone understands how prevailing wages work. You can set the bar. What Ms. Cohen said, lead by example. CalPERS is large. Lead by example. Do the right thing. We respectfully ask you to not vote for this RCP third reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Jennifer Odell on the phone for 5A, and I believe that concludes the comments for 5A. Okay.
Yes,
on the
Mr.
phone.
Miller, we
Yep.
have Jennifer Odell.
Good morning. This is Jennifer Odell from the Laborers International Union of North America. Thank you so much for all the hard work that has been done on this policy so far. I just want to make 3 quick points. First, I think it's very telling that not a single labor organization has spoken in favor of this proposal. While, again, we appreciate that there has been 3 readings of this for the revised RCP. There is no labor organization that is supportive of the proposal, including my union, the laborers. Second, the neutrality language that's included in the proposal specifically excludes construction. We think that is a old reading of the law, and if we had been allowed to talk to general counsel or the legal department, we probably could have had that conversation, but both of those issues were denied. And finally, for the neutrality language, there are a number of exceptions to which the CalPERS staff and board can grant for an exception to the neutrality language. So we're really concerned about that language as well. We think that you could basically, to borrow a term, drive a truck right through those exceptions to neutrality. So we're concerned about that. We think that more than anything, violations of the responsible contractor policy create investment risks for CalPERS as an asset owner. Wage theft, health and safety issues, project delays, and construction defects can lead to fines and penalties by public agencies and litigation by workers. And and frankly other end users. We think that these negative outcomes and financial risks can eat away at a construction project's investment returns. So for that reason, we urge you to make a more robust responsible contractor policy taking into the consideration of stakeholders. Again, thank you for your time, and we appreciate it.
Okay, I think that does it for public comment on 5A, so we'll continue on. So, okay, what's the pleasure of the committee? Approval moved by President Taylor. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Rubalcava. Discussion on the item. Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there, I'm not sure about the protocol or even the verbiage, but is there a way to ask for an amendment or to amend the motion to include something? Is that in order?
And you could.
Okay, so can we add to the motion to approve the ability to do the quote unquote, it's been called the testing the market or the market study to be part of that with respect to the labor peace agreement and neutrality as has been discussed?
So, Ms. Taylor, since it's your motion and he's making a friendly amendment, do you accept that motion or that additional language to your motion? Okay. And the second also?
Okay, second also?
Okay, otherwise it would be a substitute motion.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you
so this adds to the original motion that we would also be authorizing moving forward on the experience study for was it the labor neutrality or prevailing wage, which were both?
Both.
Both, for labor neutrality and prevailing wage, to do the market studies to inform future revisions, I would assume.
So labor peace agreements,
Labor
is that
peace
the language?
agreement.
Just to make sure we're clear on the motion.
Let's,
Is there room to discuss the motion?
well, do we have to do the amendment first, then back to the discussion? Matt,
So if-
parliamentarian?
Yeah, Matt.
Okay. But we need the second to accept it as well. Okay.
The new motion is the amended motion, so you're free to discuss that.
Okay, so discussion now on the amended motion. And who did I have? Okay, was that it for you, Frank?
I'm sorry?
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move on. Next I have Director Palkey, followed by Controller Cohen.
Thank you. Just clarification. Does this have to be an amendment to the motion, or we can just assign this as committee direction?
You can, either way.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we have a motion on the floor. We're in discussion, so I'll go to Controller Cohen.
Okay, thank you very much, Frank. Appreciate you listening and trying to bridge the gap based on what you heard. I actually would like to get staff feedback. What I heard was adding to this policy being passed, an understanding that we will have a market study to review prevailing wage requirement and labor peace agreement requirements. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. My question is how often is this policy reviewed? That I'm not clear of. It's not. It is.
Yeah, I think we talked about this last time. There's no specific cadence right now, but right now we've been like every 10 years or so.
Oh. Ooh. Okay. Thank you. That answers my question. I turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next I have Director Pacheco.
Yes, I want some clarification on this motion. So we can do committee direction for this study. Is that correct? Is that instead of being part of the study? And how would that play out? Would it come back to another meeting? Would it be part of the annual review of the RCP? Because we have the At the end of this agenda, we have the annual review of the responsible contract policy, which we were supposed to do in November, I believe, and now we bring it here. So please, I want some clarity, if you can provide some clarity. Thank you.
I think if the board is so inclined to do it, what you would do would be to direct staff to explore the cost and the scope of the investigation that would be required. Because you, just to take cost as an example, you don't really want to direct staff to do something that ends up costing $10 million without considering that cost and the potential benefits of spending that kind of money.
So can I just follow up on that? So you're basically asking for us to do a benefit cost analysis on that, on the scope of that. Is that my understanding?
That would be one way of putting it. I think I like the way I put it better.
No, I do like the way you put it better. Yeah, definitely. It's just the economist in me coming out, so just that's all. But no, I agree with you. So just want some clarity on that. Yes, sir.
So just to add to it, just aligned with your duty to manage the cost of the system, you want to understand what is the proposed scope of this review and how much that would cost to undertake that review, and just have a more kind of established understanding of it before you direct staff to undertake that. One of the other things too that I wanted to mention is that it's important for the board to think about policy making and good governance around policy making, and then distinguish that from tactics. And one of the things that you're reviewing here when it comes to labor peace, when it comes to prevailing wage, are tactics based on market practices and how these things impact your portfolio in different markets. And so with policies, you want them to be flexible enough to account for the realities of executing on your investments in those markets. And so when you make a determination at a policy level that's going to have a broad impact across geographies, you need to have full information about what those impacts will be.
Thank you. I just want to follow up then. So parliamentary procedure, is it possible to ask for committee direction for this study to be done, to bring in the scope and costs, in fact, instead of lumping it into the action item? I'm just trying to, how do we separate that? Or is that, do we have to do another vote, or how does that work?
Another amendment.
Well, am I on? You can go back to the original amendment without the original motion without the amendment. And then have a separate motion on the direction. That would probably be the cleanest way to do it. But these are procedural niceties. I mean, you could really do it either way. It's as long as the part, so you've got part one of the current motion, which is approve the RCP as drafted. And the second part is direct staff to explore whatever language you want to use there. You can combine it in that motion, which is now pending, although it requires a little more clarity on the second part, or you can split it up.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I would defer back to my colleague, Mr. Fabrino, to, if he would.
I'm next.
Oh, you're next. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Let me get you, Teresa.
Okay, I'm just gonna, you asked for the acceptance of the friendly amendment. I'm just gonna say no to the friendly amendment, and let's vote on this, and then direct staff to do what the board seems that it wants to do. And then if we've got everybody's in agreement, then that should work fine.
Okay, so let me clarify. So we're back to the original the original motion.
Correct.
Which is to approve the RCP as proposed by staff and have direction from the board for staff to go forward and bring us back what it would take to do the market studies
How much
to
it would
address
cost.
to address the questions around prevailing wage and labor peace agreements and their impact for potential inclusion in a revision of the RCP when we calendar it next.
Is that the motion, Ms.
That-
Taylor?
Yes, and I wanted to say something real quick.
Hope so, because I can't say it again.
Yeah, no, that is the motion. Basically, let's just vote up or down on the recommended action. And then, yes, you as the chair can direct the board.
my direction.
I also want to make it clear that we asked for this RCP review. And at any time, the board can ask to re-review the RCP, especially as we're looking at the implementation of the new stuff that's in this. So at any time, the board can say, hey, I'm not seeing this being implemented right. I'm seeing it as a checkbox or something like that. So at any time, the board can bring that back forward. So yes, actually, the last time we did it was in, I think, 23. We just saw it at the beginning, right? Or before that, it was 2017, 15. So it wasn't 10 years. It was 8 years or so. Anyway, so yes, my motion is to approve the recommended action on agenda item 6A. And it was seconded by,
Director Pelkey?
yeah.
Okay, so. Oh, Ramon's
Second by
got the
Ramon.
second. Okay. Okay, so continuing the discussion, I have Director Walker.
Oh, no, I meant to pull myself off.
Okay, then I have Director Rubalcaba.
For clarity, that's 5A. Ms. Taylor mentioned 6A.
I'm sorry, 5A.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is any further discussion? Yeah, I will call for the question. Oh.
No, fine. I withdraw.
I'll call for the question.
No.
Michael DeToy?
Aye.
Frank Ruffino? No. Orena Ortega? Jose Luis Pacheco?
No.
Kevin Palkey?
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava?
Aye.
Teresa Taylor?
Aye.
Yvonne Walker?
Aye.
Dr. Gail Willis?
Aye.
Okay, I believe the ayes have it. Okay, thank you. That's, motion passes, and that brings us to our information items. 6A, CalPERS Trust Level Review Consultant Report, what you've all been waiting for. Come on down, welcome to our consultants.
Can I?
David?
Yes.
Weren't you supposed
What's the
to?
board action?
Well, okay,
Board
yeah.
direction?
I will repeat the board direction that went along with that.
Michael.
That staff will come back to us with a package related to the market studies to understand and potentially use in future revision on prevailing wage and labor peace agreements as part of our RCP. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Tom Tote with Wilshire Advisors. The trust level report includes a number of slides on Wilshire's market outlook to provide some context around portfolio performance. Just a couple of comments on the broad economy. As we saw global economic growth moderate in 2024, with stability in U.S. growth being offset by weakness in other advanced economies. As we move forward in 2025, Wilshire sees a higher probability of lower real growth as the lagging impacts of tight monetary policy and tariff disputes weigh on the economy. The uncertainty around the scale, scope, and timing of tariffs could lead business to delay investment decisions and to take a more cautious stance on hiring. Furthermore, credit and equity valuations are elevated, which has important implications for our expected market returns moving forward. And I want to spend a few minutes talking through that dynamic. If we could flip forward to page 4, we've highlighted a few of our key asset class assumptions. Specifically, I wanted to focus on the expected equity risk premium, which is highlighted in red on the bottom right-hand side. The equity risk premium is currently negative, and you can think about the equity risk premium as being the compensation that investors receive for taking on investment risk. And it's usually a positive number, somewhere between 1.5% to 4%. The next set of slides plots the cumulative returns by decade for historical context. And I'll focus on slide 8, again related to that equity risk premium, where we show the cumulative return that investors have received for investing in stocks relative to bonds. And we've circled the 2020s there, and you can see that investors have received outsized returns relative to other decades so far in the 2020s. This has led to pushing valuations higher. And if we flip to slide 9, this quantifies how changes in valuation can impact capital market pricing. I'll just focus on one number on the bottom table there on the far right-hand side. Valuation contributes about 3/4 of the risk for U.S. equities. In other words, investor sentiment around fear and or greed significantly impact capital market pricing. So valuation is important. And on page 11, we plot a number of equity market metrics, and you'll note that all 4 of those are currently plotting at 1 standard deviation expensive. So why does that matter? It's nice to talk about valuations, but what does that mean going forward? Historically, starting valuations have been indicative of future realized equity market returns. And on page 12, we've charted 2 examples of this. On the left-hand side, we show the price-to-earnings ratio for the U.S. equity market and subsequent 5-year excess returns. Higher valuations plot to the right and tend to lead to lower realized returns. The right-hand chart shows a similar dynamic for a different valuation metric. That's the CAPE ratio, or the cyclically adjusted price-to-earnings ratio, and we show that relative to 10-year forward realized returns. So the combination of high valuations, uncertainty around economic growth, and declining consumer confidence is set up to be a challenging environment for institutional investors such as CalPERS. So it's important to ask, how is the CalPERS portfolio structured to manage in this environment? The CalPERS portfolio includes diversifying exposures to fixed income and factor-weighted equity, as well as private asset classes to reduce downside volatility. The ongoing discussion around the total portfolio approach can also provide implementation flexibility to manage risk and ultimately capitalize on market dislocations. On page 13, we provide Wilshire's expected return for the target portfolio. On the left-hand side, you can see over 10 years, our expected return at about 6.4% and 7.3% over the 30-year time frame, with expected risk or volatility of 13%. Now, markets have been very volatile recently, with U.S. equity bouncing back a bit over the last few days after entering into a correction for the first time since 2023. As such, I'll keep these last comments on past performance fairly brief. If we turn to page 23, the total fund declined modestly in the fourth quarter with a return of minus 1.1%, slightly behind the benchmark return of negative 0.7%. The full calendar year, however, was up 9%, although it did underperform the policy benchmark by 1.9%. As you look at those one-year returns across asset classes, the best performing asset class over the past year was public equity, up 16%, followed by private debt and private equity, were both up double digits. Real estate did lag other asset classes with a return of negative 1.7%, though it did meaningfully outperform its benchmark. and to dive into some of the drivers of the relative performance between the portfolio and the benchmark. If you would turn to the calendar year attribution on page 26. You'll note the private equity comparison was the largest relative performance driver. As we've discussed in the past, and you've heard from staff, this is driven by the benchmarking of private equity to a public equity benchmark plus a premium. We would expect through time that those impacts are going to moderate as valuations in private markets catch up to public markets or vice versa. In fact, as you think about the current environment, private market valuations are likely to hold up better in the recent downturn, though we won't see those impacts until later this year. It's also worth noting that private equity has been the best performing asset class over the past 10 years, returning 11.1%, while public equity was up 9% over the same time period. We expect private equity to continue to be a meaningful contributor to total fund performance moving forward. I'm happy to take questions around the economy or the portfolio before I turn the presentation over to Makita, I believe is next.
Okay, Director Pacheco.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Tom, for your candid remarks. With respect to the economics and so forth, how are the geopolitical issues playing into the returns and so forth? If you can elaborate on that.
Sure. I think elevated geopolitical concerns, it ultimately leads to more risk. We lived through that with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, where capital markets there reacted very negatively. Other geopolitical flashpoints, you think about East Asia, China and Taiwan, we would expect similar levels of volatility. So thinking about how to manage through that, I think is key from a risk management standpoint for any institutional investor. Now, that being said, timing that is a challenge, which ultimately brings us back to first principles from a portfolio construction standpoint, which is one of diversification, not concentrating in any one particular asset class to try to spread out your bets, so to speak, to dampen some of that geopolitical uncertainty.
So with respect to more geographically spread the risk around the globe and so forth. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, very good then. And then with respect to any inflationary concerns in the United States and so forth, do you see that? Have you seen, when you were doing the analysis here, how is that playing out and so forth? I know it spiked a little bit, but I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
So the Federal Reserve and the actions that they took to increase interest rates brought inflation down quite a bit.
Right.
However, it's sort of flatlined at, call it about 3% inflation, and has been kind of stuck there for some time. And I think the big concern that markets are wrestling with currently is what the impact of tariffs might be on inflation. Estimates there are it could be a tailwind for inflation to the tune of 30 to 60 basis points, which is pretty meaningful when we're talking about inflation, an inflation target of 2% and actual inflation closer to 3%.
And that is the target that the Federal Reserve wants us to be at the 2% level.
Correct.
And we have not been there. When was the last time we were there? We were there before COVID, or I don't recall.
2021. Okay. Would have been back around the 2% number.
And we've just been hovering at 3% right now. All right, very good, sir. Thank you very much for your comments.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Rufino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, from your perspective, are there any emerging investment themes or structural market shift that CalPERS should proactively consider in future investment decisions?
So in terms of structures, I think the partnerships that the investment team has engaged in with strong managers is a structural tailwind and benefit for the portfolio as a whole, and being able to drive strong opportunities and then implement those opportunities. I think that is very much a benefit for the CalPERS portfolio. As Stephen is working with the investment teams, the total fund management team, and looking for other alternative risk premia. With that still under investigation and is ongoing, that's another opportunity to add value to the total portfolio, done judiciously and at appropriate size.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I have no more requests to speak from the board. So I thank you for your report. And I guess it's time for Makita to come up. And welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Steve McCourt, Makita Investment Group, here to present the summary of our trust level reviews for the 4 private market asset classes: private equity, private debt, real estate, and infrastructure. I've got asset class specific experts behind me to answer your difficult questions after my summary. Just to remind you, Makita conducts these trust level reviews to assist the investment committee in its responsibility to monitor the delegated authority that it's provided to staff in each of these asset classes. We work with staff on an ongoing basis and monitor their investment activity. These reviews provide us an opportunity to provide you our independent thoughts and assessment of performance, implementation, and policy compliance. All 4 private market asset classes are invested within policy parameters and in a manner consistent with their respective strategic plans. From a market perspective, I'll highlight that the private market asset classes are not as impacted as the public markets are from day-to-day volatility. It's too early to tell what impact tariffs and other elements of current economic policy will have on the private markets, but it's something that we and your staff are focused on. Historically, all 4 private market asset classes have produced favorable returns. 3 of the 4, private equity, private debt, and infrastructure, have produced long-term returns roughly at or above 10% per year, higher than public securities, public stocks. Real estate over the last decade has returned roughly half that, a return about halfway between that of stocks and that of bonds. All the asset classes have performed within long-term expectations in your capital market assessments. Speaking to a little bit of detail on each of the 4 asset categories without being redundant from prior commentary. The private equity portfolio for the year returned 11.9%, strong absolute return, 21.8% below the return of the benchmark, which is the public equity market plus 150 basis points. Over longer term periods, the return of the private equity portfolio has also been very strong on an absolute basis, up 13.3% per year over the past 5 years and 11.1% per year over the last 10 years. Those returns are slightly below the benchmark, but higher than public equity returns over those same time periods. The bulk of the capital in your private equity program continues to be invested in buyout strategies and growth equity opportunities. Those also are the areas that have had some of the strongest results longer term. We'll also highlight that one of the near-term initiatives within private equity over the last several years was to increase the amount of capital deployed through co-investments. And over the course of the year, co-investments were your highest performing type of investment vehicle, up 15.5%. It was also the highest returning component of the program over the past 3 years. And I'll just highlight that the program continues to be directed with an eye towards the strategic plan, which calls for $15 billion roughly of committed capital a year, increasing cost efficiency through the use of co-investments and lower cost customized investment accounts, enhanced diversification into more venture growth equity and middle market buyout strategies, and elevating relationships with highly sought after general partners. Switching to private debt, this is your newest private market program. And our performance record for private debt goes back a little less than 5 years at this stage. Returns were quite strong for the year, up 14.5%, surpassing the return of the benchmark by 3.6 percentage points. And since inception, the private debt portfolio is up 10.5% per year, 2.6% higher than the return of the benchmark. Our only observation here is these are significantly higher returns than long-term expectations for the asset class. So there's some potential that these returns will moderate in future years. The private debt portfolio continues to be operated in compliance with all policy parameters and consistent with the strategic plan. It is continued to be in a ramp-up phase with significant capital deployment over the last year. Switching to real estate. Real estate completed its second consecutive year of negative returns, driven by both rising interest rates and COVID-related dislocations in the real estate markets. The one-year return for your portfolio was negative 6.3%, slightly above the policy benchmark of negative 7.9%. Your portfolio today is roughly 90% invested in core properties that you've really focused the strategy on over the last 15 years. Those core properties have had returns that have exceeded the benchmark level over the last 5 and 10 years. And it's noteworthy that as real estate markets have experienced some level of distress in recent years, your staff is beginning to look at some deployment again in value-added strategies that are achievable at a better price point today than they have been in many, many years. Finally, I'll highlight infrastructure. Infrastructure also had a very strong year from performance perspective, up 13.1%. You'll recall that the benchmark for infrastructure today continues to be the real estate benchmark, which was down 7.9%. So the outperformance of infrastructure was 21 percentage points for the year. Over longer term time periods, the infrastructure asset class for CalPERS has returned 8.1% per year over the last 5 years and 9.6% per year over the last 10 years, easily outpacing its benchmark and also the forward-looking capital market expectations for the asset classes over those time periods. With that, I'll conclude my comments and happy to take questions on any of the 4 asset classes.
Okay, thank you for that. And we do have questions. I'll start with Director Rubalcava.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm very interested in hearing a little bit more about the private equity. In your brief memo, you mentioned how it's good. I mean, the co-investment has been proven to be the right direction, and I'm glad that the board has a preference to do that, and we're doing that. But we also changed the benchmark recently. How has that impacted our returns? And was that, Can you give us does that reinforce it was the right thing to do or not? And I understand from the memo that there's a lag with the public sector, so I mean public equity, and that's why we're where we are. But that was the first question, and maybe it's related to the second one. I don't know. And I noticed we're way behind the benchmark for year one. So how does the changing the benchmark impact those results or findings?
Thanks very much, Stephen Hart, McKee Investment Group. The performance of the, as Stephen described, the performance of the private equity co-investment segment of the program over the last several years has been strong. It's been the strongest segment of the private equity program. So that kind of by itself shows some positive aspects to it. So some of that performance is undoubtedly driven by the fact that there's lower or no fees and carry compared to the fees and carry that are charged to the fund. So structurally, the co-investments have extra advantage there. And some of that advantage is undoubtedly being reflected into the performance of that segment of the asset class. So as we've talked about over the years, that using CalPERS' advantage of size and scale to be able to take advantage of these structural benefits of the lower fees really makes sense for the program, and that's been executed over the last several years. So look to continue to see that. So that seems to me a good choice for CalPERS. You asked about the changing of the benchmark. That was done, if I recall, in 2019?
2018.
2018. So that was quite a long time ago, where there was a slight change to both the index and then the premium. So that was quite a while ago.
Okay. Yeah. I keep hearing or reading headlines anyway that that it's taking longer for a distribution from the private fund stuff. Has that impacted, or does that matter to us because we're going more to the co-investment? And does it matter if we're into buyout or growth on that issue?
So it has been noted that, industry-wide, there's been a slowdown in the distributions. The rate of activity in the private equity market has been lower, pretty much across all of the different segments, buyouts, growth, and venture. As a long-term investor in the private equity asset class, it doesn't affect CalPERS that much. Just those sorts of ebbs and flows are not the biggest consideration. I would say that the tilting towards more co-investments will make both the deployment of capital a little bit more quick, and should make the return of capital also a little more quick, because instead of with the funds making a commitment to that fund and then that being drawn down over say 5 years and then ultimately recouped, the co-investments generally are deployed on day one. That capital is put in the ground right away and would be back within the time frame in a shorter time than generally the way that the funds are being, how those generally self-liquidate.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you. Thank you for the answers.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions or requests to speak. One of the things that we did talk a little bit in our briefing, but it still strikes me that as we've moved into doing much more in the private equity, private asset space, I have to say that I am pleasantly surprised. I'm encouraged. I frankly was a little skeptical. I thought it would take us much longer to really regain our footing and to be seen as a trustworthy, credible partner, and to be able to get capital deployed with the quality and scale that we hoped for and envisioned. And I just hope to see that continue. And I think that the opportunity sets in the private space are going to continue to grow relative to the whole market. I mean, we saw that if we weren't there, we'd be missing opportunities. And I don't see that slowing down. And so do you think that's going to continue? Do you think we'll still continue to see this burgeoning move toward more opportunity in the private space, or do you think that slows down and stabilizes sometime soon?
Yeah, interesting question. The trends certainly favor, for most of the private market asset classes, continued growth in opportunities. Arguably, the private equity asset class has grown in part because of the growing preference for companies to remain private as opposed to going public. So absent a change in regulation or other characteristics of being a public company, one might expect that preference to continue. Private debt has grown its opportunity set largely as companies' financing needs have increased in the face of less significant lending from traditional banking channels. And so unless banks re-leverage their balance sheet and pursue much greater lending activity, one might expect a continuation of further opportunities in the private debt area. And infrastructure, likewise, is arguably now a growth industry in this country and in much of the world, and one that appears to be financed predominantly through private capital as opposed to public capital. So one can't predict, these trends, obviously, but a lot of the reasons people have pointed towards the increased popularity of private financing over the last couple of decades are still in place today.
Yeah, some good, some not so good, but all good reason for CalPERS to be, playing a leadership role and bringing our values to the way we do things there. Great. Director Pacheco.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCourt. I'd like to ask you a question regarding the private debt. And I saw that in the private debt area with the diversification by strategy, as of December 31st, 2024, the majority of our strategy was in the direct lending. Is that a trend? Is that a trend in the industry in that with respect to direct lending versus specialty lending? If you can elaborate more on that.
Great. Thank you. So generally speaking, many plans do start with direct lending when building out allocations. You are, as a plan, looking to diversify and are actively diversifying your exposure across other strategy types. So over time, one should expect that direct lending allocations to decrease as a percentage of your total program as other components grow.
Oh, I see. And and with respect to structure, I noticed there was also a small component of co-investment in that would be the similar idea or trend.
Your staff is similar to other components of the program, being very strategic with their investment managers and leveraging your size and scale to secure preferred economics on behalf of the plan. So yes, one should expect that to continue to grow.
Excellent.
And just to add to that, because there's a little bit of a categorization challenge with private debt.
Yes.
The reporting shows 1% of NAV in co-investments as a category, but most of your co-investments fall under the customized investment accounts with relationships that you have with managers where you commit capital to funds, but then they'll provide access to co-investments in that vehicle. So just be aware you have more than 1% in co-investments.
So it is actually more than just 1%, because it's part of the CIA.
That's
correct.
Oh, correct. I see.
Yes.
Now that makes sense. I didn't understand that when I was reading that before. Thank you. And then the other question I have is the other one is infrastructure. It's basically I was reading about the data centers and so forth, and I just wanted to understand it. It seems to be the trend is still focusing on data centers and on infrastructure there because of the AI and so forth. But if you guys can elaborate more on that, it'd be great.
Yeah, data centers have become sort of a massive growth area for capital deployment across a number of asset categories, but probably infrastructure most significantly. Yes. And the infrastructure capital has flowed into data centers at sort of two levels. One is at the data center level itself, building, owning, leasing out data center capacity. But the other is because data centers are so energy intensive, infrastructure strategies have supported energy generation to support the energy needs of the data centers as well. So, and both of those are very high scale, large scale, capital intensive endeavors. To date, there's still a strong belief that data center development in the U.S. and outside the U.S. Is likely to be strong for some time. There's differences of opinions on how strong, but just to give you a sense of the magnitude on the energy generation side, which was noted in past CalPERS meetings, energy generation capacity in the U.S. has roughly been flat for the last decade, maybe slightly positive, largely because of data center development. Depending on who you speak with, many people expect that the demand for energy generation within the U.S. will grow at 2 to 4% per year for the next decade. So a significant change in the landscape of energy generation, transmission, and then data center usage as well. So it's been a big topic for many asset classes. Infrastructure is probably most impacted by it, and it's become a meaningful sector within most infrastructure strategies.
And I found that interesting because I've been reading some articles that I believe these small nuclear modular reactors are helping supporting some of these data centers and so forth, and to supplement the energy usage of these large data centers around the world. So thank you so much for your comments.
Yep.
Okay, I'm seeing no further requests to speak from the board. I know we have public commenters on 6A, and so I'll ask them to come on down. Mark Swaby, Frank Ruiz, and we have someone on the phone as well, so we could queue up our phone caller first as the others make their way down.
Mr. Miller, our caller for item 6A hung up.
Oh, they hung up. Well, they're missing out, but maybe they'll come back on before the end of our meeting and we can get them in. Okay. Yeah, they're coming down. Well, I finally called you down at the right moment.
I think so. We're pretty close. Pretty close. We can comment to the subject.
Yeah, they're doing better at realizing I need big print. Now I've got nice big print and I still get it mixed up, but at least it's I can read it now.
Okay. Well, thank you, members of the, my name is Mark Swaby. I'm a CalPERS retiree. 32 years with the Lynn State Service, much of that with Caltrans. Thank you, members of the Investment Committee, CalPERS executive staff, Makita and Wilshire contractors, and all other attendees, and I wish you all a happy St. Patrick's Day. Commenting on the private equity program, or PEP, they have asked for 17% of the FY 25-26 Public Employees Retirement Fund, or PERF, approximately $85 billion. I am asking the board in a future action item to allocate only 12% of the PERF to the PEP for the, with the following reasons in mind and other investments together to increase returns and bring more liquid assets to the PERF. 12% of the PEP, 5% to public equities to establish perhaps a public equity dividend-focused portfolio, perhaps with asset management industry stocks. These would include companies such as Apollo, Ares, Bain, Blackstone, BlackRock, Carlyle, KKR, Oak Tree Lending, and TPG. Such an allocation would encourage the PEP to market its maturing contracts to obtain revenue to augment a 12% PEP. This would also reduce the PEP portfolio of mature and maturing contracts on the AIV excerpt that we've submitted to the board. And that we would also ask that as a tactic, that the contracts would be changed to a minimum of $2.5 to $4 billion each contract. This would encourage the general partners to return money in billions to CalPERS, and would also result in fewer than 50 contracts per year. Please approve this request to the CalPERS executives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next commenter, please.
Thank you for allowing me, Frank Reese, a CalPERS retiree, an opportunity to address the CalPERS board, guests, and CalPERS staff. Thank you for your report, presentations from Makita and Wilshire, and also, likewise, happy St. Valentine's Day. So, it's welcome back to the upside-down, substandard deviation world of private equity nightmare investing. The question is, why is a caterpillar like a private equity contract? Why? Why is a caterpillar like a private equity program contract? Both have the ability to transform themselves into something new. As in Alice in Wonderland, Absalom the caterpillar transforms into a butterfly. As a butterfly, he flies away to add beauty and wonder to Wonderland. Private equity contracts have a similar ability to transform themselves into revenue-generating income for CalPERS. However, not in the present form. In the current process, the PEP contracts are links in a chain that keep CalPERS from attaining a $600 billion to $1 trillion plateau. The PEP contracts are squeezing investment billions into a non-transforming cocoon that will continue to lose billions for CalPERS. Both the Makita report, Agenda Item 6A, Attachment 3, page 1 of 10, and the Wilshire report, Agenda Item 1, page 65 of 66, perform the continued underperformance of the 13 to 17% industry benchmark for private equity. The promise of private equity was an investment return of 13 to 17%. We do not see in the PEP asset class performance on the Wilshire chart presented on page 65 how can an asset class with 719 billion invested not be in the chart. Why isn't it in the chart? What has happened to private equity? It should be here so that we can actually see what the investment returns are over a 5-year period. The CalPERS Alternative Investment Vehicle Report for fiscal year 23-24, Agenda Item 4F, Attachment 1, page 13, verifies our observation that the PEP has not returned the principal billions nor any additional returns invested in the program for 26 years. There it is, right here in the report given to you fiscal year 23-24 in the bottom line. Look for yourselves. As a consequence, the request for an additional 17 or a 5% incremental discretionary increase from PERF for fiscal year 25-26 and 27-28 is not a data-driven request. If approved, the PEP will have $80 billion from fiscal year 23-24 and another $85 billion from fiscal year 25-26, or $185 billion from the PERF. If continued for fiscal year 26-27, the PEP will have $250 billion, or 48% of the PERF. In addition, if CalPERS approves an additional 5% discretionary investment, or 10% for the next 2 years, it will have $301.6 billion, or 58% of the PERF.
Okay, your time is run.
Thank you for your
thank you.
Attention.
You bet. Okay, and did our caller come back on? Yeah, our caller is back on, so we'll go to our caller.
Hi, Mr. Miller. Teresa Ramirez is on the line to speak to item 6A.
Okay.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hi, this is Teresa with UFCW Local AA1. I have Herminia here from Tony's Fresh Market, and she would like to make a comment. Herminia.
Sí, mi nombre es Herminia. Mi nombre es Herminia. He trabajado en Tony's Fresh Market en Chicago, que es propiedad de Apolo, durante 9 años. Mis compañeros de trabajo y yo presentamos nuestras elecciones sindicales hace un mes. Desde entonces nos hemos enfrentado al acoso diario por parte de los gerentes en nuestra tienda. La empresa comenzó llevando todo esto a un departamento de una reunión diciéndonos que ya tenemos días de enfermedad, tenemos funeral, tenemos vacaciones, tenemos seguros, diciendo por qué necesitamos un sindicato. La verdad es que no es siempre obtenemos estas cosas. Cuando alguien trató de hablar de reuniones y hacer preguntas, ¿por qué nuestro seguro ha vuelto tan alto? Anteriormente nos cerraron. Luego comenzaron a enviar recursos humanos, gerentes de tiendas y a todos los antiguos propietarios familiares como Tony y su familia extendida. Ahora todos los días vienen a la tienda y nos dicen que no votemos por el sindicato, incluyendo el hijo, el nieto, Tony. Muchos de mis compañeros de trabajo tienen miedo por su trabajo. Todos los días ven mensajes de texto, volantes diciendo que voten no. Muchos de mis compañeros de trabajo ahora tienen miedo de votar, y por el sindicato, porque los gerentes dijeron que si votan, si entonces el sindicato le pidiera documentos. También nos dijeron que tendremos que pagar una tarifa de iniciación de $250 y 50 semanales. Es una cuota. Nada de esto es cierto, pero da miedo que la gente escuche. Los gerentes también nos están cuestionando uno a uno por apartamento, y el interrogatorio, preguntando por qué votas por el sindicato, y hizo un comentario, porque están enfadados. Dije, es porque estamos cansados de la forma que nos tratan, de la forma que nos aumenten un aumento. Estoy molesto porque merecemos algo mejor. Imagínense todos los días enfrentarse a los gerentes antiguos propietarios de la empresa con la presión para votar no. El viernes trabajé de 7 a 3 de la tarde y llegaron temprano a las 6:30 de la mañana. Todavía estaba ahí cuando yo me fui. Están haciendo que el trabajo sea estresante y es aterrador para nosotros no saber cuando alguien se acerca a ti. Cuando empecé en Tony's obtenía una revisión cada 6 meses de aumento salarial. Desde que llegó Heritage dejaron de hacer eso no he tenido un aumento por un año. Estamos cansados de falsas promesas, de mejorías que no vienen. Estamos cansados de hacer el trabajo de 2 a 3 personas. Queremos una vida mejor, queremos un salario, mejor trato. Desde que Heritage se hizo cargo, ha sido falsas promesas por lo que necesitamos un contrato sindical. Los clientes apoyan a los trabajadores y ven que tenemos poco personal. Los clientes hacen preguntas como ¿por qué no hay gente? Y es triste porque queremos tener más gente y aquí Heritage horas nos recortaron contra la gente y darnos más horas. Gracias.
I will now translate her statement into English for everyone.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Armenia, and I have worked at Tony's Fresh Market in Chicago, which is owned by Apollo, for 9 years. My coworkers and I have filed for our union election 1 month ago, and since then, we have faced daily harassment by management in our store. The company has started by pulling everyone from one department into a meeting and telling us that we already have sick days, funeral leave, vacation, and insurance, saying, why would we need a union? The truth is, we don't always get these things. And when everyone tried to speak up in those meetings and ask questions like why our insurance has gotten so high, they acted irritated and shut us down. Then they started sending in HR, store managers, and all the former family owners like Tony and his extended family. Now every day they are coming into the store and telling us not to vote for the union, including Tony's sons and grandson. Many of my coworkers are scared for their job. Every day they are seeing text messages and flyers telling them to vote no. Many of my coworkers are now afraid to vote yes for the union because they were told by managers that if they vote yes, then the union will ask for your documentation. We were also told that we will have to pay a $250 initiation fee and a $50 a week in dues. None of this is true, but it is scary for people to hear. Managers are also questioning us one-on-one. They pulled me aside and interrogated me, asking, why are you voting for the union? And he made a comment, why are you so angry? I told him it's because we are tired of the way you treat us, the way we don't get an increase, and I'm upset because we deserve better. Imagine every day being confronted by managers and former owners of the company with pressure to vote no. On Friday, I worked from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., and they came in as early as 6:30 a.m. and were still there when I left for work. This is making work stressful and scary for us, not knowing when you will be approached by someone. When I first started at Tony's, I would get a review every 6 months and a pay increase. Ever since Heritage came in, they stopped doing that. I haven't had an increase in a year. We are tired of false promises of improvements that don't come. We are tired of doing the work of 2 to 3 people. We want a better life, better wages, better treatment. Ever since Heritage took over, it's been false promises, which is why we need a union contract. Customers support the workers and see that we are short-staffed. Customers ask questions like, why aren't there more people? And it's sad because we want to have more people. So Heritage, it's time to respect us and hire more people and give us more hours.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think that does it for the public comments. At this point, I think we'll recess for lunch, and let's come back at 12:30, well, 1:30. Does that work? 1:30, back here. See you soon. Enjoy your lunch. 1:30. Hope everyone had a nice break, a nice lunch, and we'll be jumping back in, reconvene here for item 6B, the CalPERS Trust Level Review. Off we go.
Start by inviting Peter and Nelson to comment on sustainable investment and our climate solutions, given that it's fairly topical and we've come out with a letter today. Peter, I'll pass over to you.
Thank you, Stephen. Peter Cashin, Head of Sustainable Investments. I appreciate the opportunity to comment and clarify on our approach to climate solutions and our commitment to decarbonizing the economy with the clear objective to generate outperformance. First, I'd like to reference the open letter that was posted today on the climate solution accounting approach. This is entitled, CalPERS Sets the Record Straight on its Climate Action Plan, and it addresses many of the comments that were raised today. First, I'd like to present the approach we have for determining a climate solution. As you know, our current climate count based on 2024 data is $50 billion, up from $47.3 billion in 2023. We have three criteria for determining a climate solution. The first is mitigation. This is a company that provides or enables green products or services. The second category is adaptation. So this is where a technology or service is used to prevent or respond to a climate change impact. In the third category, which is very important, is transition. These are companies that operate in high-emitting or hard-to-abate sectors that have credible Paris-aligned decarbonization plans. In terms of measuring these solutions, we have publicly shared our approach since November 2023, and we use globally recognized data providers such as Bloomberg, FTSE, and MSCI. And we often choose the lower estimate from this group, or at least an average amongst them, to maintain full conservatism. I'd like to comment on the CCG report. Their report states that CalPERS includes some investments in the oil and gas sector as climate solutions. Indeed, this is correct. CalPERS does classify a small proportion of its investments in the oil and gas sector as climate solutions. This is because CalPERS takes a balanced and science-based approach to classifying investments as full or partial climate solutions. And we focus on the activity rather than the ownership. We don't believe in an all-or-nothing approach, rather balanced and pragmatic, and give credit where credit is due. The report lists 7 oil and gas companies that are in CalPERS' portfolio that have a climate solution. 2% of the exposure to these companies, or $67 million, we've classified as climate solution. This is because those companies had green biodiesel, green hydrogen, carbon capture, or sustainable aviation fuel, as based on these data provided by the providers. It really is warranted to provide partial climate credit solution if it meets our criteria. And this has been part of our methodology from the start. It reflects our belief that a green asset is a green asset, regardless of corporate ownership, and it should be accounted for accordingly. A green asset on an oil producer's balance sheet is as green as if it was held by a standalone entity. I'll make a quick comment on net zero by 2050. This is what CalPERS has embarked upon, but in fact it's a requirement and an objective across the entire economy and will require all actors, including oil and gas. It is for this reason that we must engage with oil and gas companies, and we must identify and even promote the green business lines that they enter. We are in fact already doing this with our Climate Transition Index. Here we factored in climate risks such as physical risk and transition risk. And in the oil and gas sector, we've significantly underweighted those companies that do not have a credible transition plan. We deployed over $5 billion to this strategy in July 2024. I want to briefly comment on transition assets. These are high emitters that are made commitments that have been validated by external third-party providers to transition from brown to green. It's critically important that we include these types of companies in our mix because we want to help decarbonize the entire economy, not just superficially our own investments and portfolio. We want to make a contribution beyond ourselves. We've also had our approach reviewed by Mercer, most recently in November 2024, where they stated that our approach is generally aligned with global standards such as the Institutional Investor Group for Climate Change Standards. They also identified in that report potential greenwashing risks. We have taken all those on board and factored them into our methodology so that we take a conservative and resilient, robust approach. Looking forward, the most important part of our climate action plan is not what's in the ground today, but what we intend to do going forward. This is the incremental $50 billion that we plan to invest in climate solutions by 2030. As we know, we're doing that to generate outperformance, put CalPERS on a pathway to net zero, and also contribute to the decarbonization of the entire global economy. This is really our focus and our objective. And we are coming at this from each of the 6 different asset classes, and we have a very robust and strong plan in place. Thank you very much.
I have a question from Director Rubalcaba.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I was glad to hear that, the understanding, the perspective, how we take a balanced look, and we're actually conservative in what we count. So I guess, and I understand the whole thing about a green bond is a green bond, but how do we, I guess, what assurances do we have that they are actually doing that? How do we know they're not issuing a bond to get cash in and get our money in? And it's a little naive question, but I just want to make sure we know that, a green bond is a green bond, right? It's not, like you said, we have Mercer looking at it. We're taking a conservative approach. I just want to make sure the obvious question. I just want to make sure we're not being hoodwinked or anything like that, right?
Mm-hmm. So
just want to say it.
Yes, no, very good
so I can
point.
I can repeat to people when they ask. Thank you.
Very good point, Mr. Rubalcaba. So the International Capital Markets Association, ICMA, is one of the leading green bond standard setters. So issuers need to comply with that. And then there are also, particularly as it relates to transition, there are bodies, external third parties that review and validate those plans. So there is review and validation of commitments that have been made. We do rely, as I said, on external party data such as MSCI FTSE. So there is, that we need to have that confidence that they are identifying the correct amount of green revenues, the correct proportion.
Thank you. And this is exactly what I want to hear. There is review and validation. That's what I need. So the only area where I guess where there is honest disagreement is whether we should be even involved with the oil companies and all that. But because CalPERS does believe in engagement, that's what we're doing it. So I think I got it. Thank you very, very much. I'm good, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other requests to speak, and I appreciate you coming up and making comments, and we'll move on.
Thank you, Chair. Could we go to the first slide, please? No, we've already heard from Tom and Steve, so I don't really want to repeat all the information they provided. I'll just highlight a couple of things. One of the numbers you can't see on there is the 9% return for the 12 months to the end of December, which is good. And you can see that fiscal year to date, which was the, I guess, end June to end December, 4.1%. But of course, a lot's happened since then. And that's really what Laura and I are going to be talking about, because we've had inflation expectations, coming up a bit with the tariffs being proposed or implemented. We've got growth expectations a little bit lower. We've had some very important changes in fiscal stance in Europe, geopolitical events as well. So I think it's worth, Laura and I talking a little bit about that and how we see that. I would also make a couple of comments on the portfolio performance since the end of December, because of course there has been a lot of focus on the equity market declines in the US. Now, of course, most of those have been concentrated in the large cap tech stocks. Our portfolio, as Tom was saying before, is more diversified in the sense that we do have that geographical exposure. So we have benefited from some of the strong rallies in, let's say, the European markets. We also have a factor sleeve to our equity exposure, which has benefited from low vol. So there is that natural diversification within the portfolio. With that, I would just pass over to Lauren to talk about what's happening and what's going to happen.
He holds far too much faith in me. Good afternoon, everyone. Lauren Rosborough-Watt, CalPERS Investment Office. Tom at Wilshire spent a lot of time talking around some of the asset market levels and some of the returns. I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about the macroeconomy, and as Stephen said, talking about what's going on right now and what that might mean going forward. I think it's fair to say that since January, there's been an overarching theme, and that is one of policy uncertainty that's broadened into economic uncertainty. Now, specifically, the uncertainty comes from the speed at which some of the adjustments and announcements have been made, the size of these changes or announcements relative to the prior administration, and also some of the on-again, off-again announcements that we've seen that's caused some uncertainty around the direction going forward. So economic uncertainty clouds many aspects looking forward, but what we do know is that when people feel uncertain, they tend to be more cautious and more hesitant, both consumers and businesses. And that, of course, tends to lead to lower employment growth, lower income growth, lower spending growth, and ultimately lower real GDP. Are you able to show the stylus, please? I want to bring this, apologies, I'm not very good, I'm not much of an artist. I want to bring this back to the schematic that Stephen spoke to you about in our last board report. And if you recall, we had this diagram, this is a simplified version. On the right-hand side, we're talking about periods where growth, and I've got a lowercase GDP, so growth rate is higher than potential. In the US, the potential growth rate's around 1.8 to 1.9% per annum. And on the left side there is where economic growth is lower than potential. And vertically, to the top of this schematic is where inflation is higher than target. Now, the Fed's core PCE target is 2%, translating that into CPI or headline inflation terms, around 2.2, 2.3 is target. And then low inflation below the line is when inflation is below the target. And you'll recall we spoke last time that we were sitting, the US economy was broadly sitting about here, and that is growth was running around 2.6%, inflation around 2.8 was 2.8, so growth above trend and inflation above target. When we think about what's been happening for the last 2 months, economists had anticipated growth this year to slow towards 2.5%. They've now revised that down to around 2% for the US economy. So we're broadly moving in this direction in terms of growth. When analysts add on the impact, the expected impact of tariffs, now there's uncertainty around that impact, and there has been some retaliatory tariffs. Expectations are that growth will be moving down towards 1.5% over the calendar year 2025. So we're moving below this potential growth into this area. So that's as I said, uncertainty causes these demand side effects where people feel less certain and so don't spend or consumption falls. But tariffs are what we call a supply side effect, and also the desire to increase emigration, reduce the labour supply. These are supply side effects. That has an impact of increasing prices. And if your wallet, for example, doesn't change, but the price of what you want to buy goes up, then you can't buy as many goods as you would have wanted to. So prices go up, the volume or real GDP growth declines. And so we're sort of moving, as I said, sort of in this diagonal direction. I tell you I'm not an artist, but there we go. Hopefully you can follow me. This quadrant up over here was the quadrant that was titled stagflation, and you're likely to hear that in the news quite a lot. I want to be very clear around that. Stagflation is typically, from an economist perspective, is the 1970s, late 1970s period, with inflation much higher than where expectations are for inflation to go this year, and for growth to be zero or negative, and expectations are not there. So this is in that direction, but as I said, you might hear the narrative, but simply moving in that direction, not necessarily designated the term stagflation going forward. So we're looking at signposts for the movement in the US economy in this direction. It's not a very common quadrant that economies sit in, and there are some quite distinctive asset responses. Tom earlier noted the forward price earnings for the US was around 22, and as Stephen said, there has been some revisions in the last couple of months. The 12-month forward price earnings ratio is now around 20. Long run average is around 18, so it has come down somewhat, but still remains above that long run average. Just to finish off, Stephen also mentioned, and maybe to respond in part to the questions earlier around some of the geopolitical side and some of the geography, just a point around Europe. Now, when there are surprises in policy announcements, there's often unintended consequences, and they aren't always negative, as it were, from an investment opportunity perspective, for example. But to give you one example about some of these unintended responses is what has been going on in Europe. European officials they've announced a Rearm Europe, which is 800 billion euros worth of additional spending, designated spending towards defence and infrastructure. Germany is a particular case where they decide tomorrow to change their constitution that will allow 500 billion worth of infrastructure spending and up to 400 billion euros worth of defence spending over the next 10 years. And to put that into perspective, that's at current euro amounts is around 11% of GDP. If you spread that over 10 years, the impact is approximately 0.2 to 0.3 percentage points on GDP. So you'll recall last year I spoke a lot about Europe and how it was really struggling to get itself out of a very slow growth, if not somewhat negative growth period. Now we have a potential for upwards of 5 years to a decade of tailwind of growth from the fiscal side going forward. And so, as I said, some of these changes that we see can present opportunities going forward. I'll leave it at that. I'll turn back to Stephen at this point. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can we have that first slide up again? Thanks. I just want to correct the record. The 63% allocation to actively managed assets is correct, but we had a typo with the previous quarter, so we will fix that and replace that document on the website.
Jose Luis.
Yes. Is it now working? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. As you were mentioning in your graph, thank you for that illustration of the graph, with respect to the stagflation. Now, if I recall from in the 1970s, that there was two components. There was the inflation component, but there was also a high unemployment. And right now, unemployment is at what percentage is unemployment at this time?
4.1%.
So it's not exactly the same kind of scenario then. So how do you see that playing out with respect to our investments and so forth? Because it is somewhat different from the actual classical analysis of the 70s with respect to stagnation and inflation, as well as I believe interest rates were high as well, and there was almost a trifecta approach in that time. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I appreciate that. And that's exactly the point in that while you might hear in the news media the term stagflation, I want to characterize this as a move in that direction. Perhaps for me, answering your question would be thinking around what are the signposts by which that next step might be. So we have had to some extent, a repricing of asset markets, equity markets in particular. Some of the signposts that I'm looking for around the feedback loops about whether this will continue are the consumers. Now, I spoke to you in 2023 when the economy was weakening, how lower income consumers were struggling and whether that was going to extend out or widen out across the economy. It's a similar situation today. High income earners, the top 10% of income earners approximately spend around 50% of consumption in the US. They tend to buy services, not goods, so they're less affected. That said, they have a high designation of their assets, their balance sheet towards financial assets. So 42% of US households is now allocated towards equities. So when the stock market falls, that will affect how they feel about the future and their spending. And around, I think it's 72% of their total assets are in housing because house prices have appreciated. And that affects the higher income cohort. So I'm watching to see whether there's, again, a spread towards a widening of individuals who are struggling going forward. The second area that I'm looking at are businesses. So when there's uncertainty, businesses tend to slow down in terms of their investment, and we know some of those intentions have changed. To give you an example, the top four companies out of the Mag 7, four out of the Mag 7 have announced $325 billion worth of CapEx spending this year. Now that's an announcement. I'll be watching to see whether that's realised or not. So those are some of the signposts that I'm watching.
And that's a really good point that you bring up with respect to capital good expenditures and so forth. Are you seeing more of that, or is it something of? Because I have read about that, but I wanted your assessment on that.
I think this comes down to the speed. Some of the speed of some of these announcements have resulted in what we call soft data. Mm-hmm. So sentiment surveys, confidence surveys have been released, and they are looking quite weak. They've turned quite rapidly. We haven't yet seen it in the hard data. Now, we did have a January number for personal consumption expenditure, but it was there were some one-off effects in January. So thinking going forward, we're really looking for some of that hard data to come through that'll tell us whether the change in sentiment has been realised in actual numbers.
So we have time. It's basically time to tell.
It's time to tell.
Yeah, and then we have to also take in consideration any seasonality association with the data as well.
That's right. And once again, just to mention, Tom mentioned this as well, monetary policy is currently in a restrictive stance, slightly restrictive stance, and that will also be slowing the economy this year, or intended to slow the economy somewhat this year.
Oh, I see. With respect to, you're talking with respect to quantitative easing, or is it?
So interest rates are relatively high. For example, mortgage rates are still quite high, and as a result, the housing market has been quite soft. So these things that tend to impact on like durable spending. When you buy a house, you need to buy things to fill it with. Those things have been quite soft.
Very good then. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
That's all my questions.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more requests to speak, so we'll continue on.
Okay, I guess we move to the next item. I'm not going to go through these other slides because I think they've been discussed in the context of the consultants' reports. So I'll move to the next agenda item, if that's okay, Chair.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, so we'll call up with Michelle and Scott.
Is this on? Okay. All right. Good afternoon. Michelle Nix, CalPERS team member. Today's presentation is another installment in our asset liability management process. And we're going to spend most of our time today talking about governance and performance reporting. Next slide, please. We thought it would be useful to review the process that follows the normal ALM cycle, and then how governance and reporting would change if we use the total portfolio approach. Next slide. So this slide talks about our ALM process and the board adopted ALM policy. This slide highlights the main points of the policy. For today's discussion, just know that we're going to primarily focus on the PERF because the affiliate trust ALM will follow the PERF. So let's get into it. The board adopted ALM policy provides oversight to the investment committee, and it also provides oversight to the finance and administration committee. The ALM program coordination and oversight of the process has been delegated to the CFO under the direction of the CEO. This is a 4-year process, so it happens every 4 years, and of course this is the year. And then the policy requires the staff to bring strategic asset recommendations to the board for formal adoption. Also, the policy requires that we bring board analysis and recommendations to inform the ALM decisions. In ALM years such as 2025, we also have provided the board educational session, well, in past years and this year, we will provide educational sessions and build towards those recommendations. September will be the first reading of the recommendations for the actuarial assumptions, discount rate, and investment recommendations. November, we'll have the final reading, and if you choose to approve it, then the ALM cycle will take effect on July 1st of the following year, 2026. Just as a note of reference, the ALM policy requires us to communicate and do outreach to employers and key stakeholders for their feedback. So we'll be hosting a couple webinars during this year for that purpose as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so in this slide, we want to talk a little bit about the ALM process and what deliverables we'll get and whether or not it will change under the TPA. So let's see, what slide is this for? The ALM deliverables are shown here for both the investment committee and the finance and administration committee. We deliver capital market assumptions and risk metrics versus targets through the investment committee. We deliver actuarial assumptions and economic assumptions and the experience study results through the finance and administration committee. We deliver, just as a reminder, the CMAs, when we deliver those in the investment committee, they represent opinions of all our business partners. And we use those results from the CMA analysis in both of our investment and our actuarial analysis. And then the risk analysis discussions in the past have really been centered around the drawdown and the volatility risk metrics. Also, actuarial assumptions are tested by comparing our assumptions with our actuarial experience and to identify where we are different with our actual results from what we had assumed when we had the last study. And additionally, it also helps us predict what we think the future years our assumptions should be. Next slide, please. This slide shows that the current process with respect to the ALM board decisions as they currently are and how if we go through the TPA, if we use the TPA as our approach to the investment strategy, if we use that, how will it change? So under the strategic asset approach, we present the permissible risk levels using drawdown and volatility metrics, but under the TPA, risk would be considered by proposing a reference portfolio of some percentage of equity and bonds, and the level of discretion using active investment management decisions that the staff would need to take to achieve the target investment rate of returns. These active risk decisions are necessary because it is unlikely that the mix of just equities and bonds will yield enough to actually exceed or equal our investment expected rate of return. Under the strategic asset approach, the board receives recommendations on permissible asset classes and related segments. Under the TPA, the board would still receive recommendations on permissible asset classes that effectively limit what we can invest in. The strategic asset approach has recommendations that are made to the board to determine the range of how much we should invest in each asset class. Under the TPA, there would no longer be ranges for each asset class because investment decisions would be made with the total fund in mind, instead of managing to the asset class targets. Under the strategic asset approach and the TPA, we would still have investment return goals. Under the TPA, as noted in past presentations and in the appendix on slide 23, each reference portfolio has a range of returns associated with the passive portfolio, which depend on the amount of equities that are held. As our equity exposure increases, the expected return potential also increases, as well as the risk. We may end up using a mean return for setting expected investment return goals, but it is important for the board to understand that the range of outcomes possible for each passive portfolio choice changes. Lastly, we will recommend a discount rate to the board. This doesn't change under the TPA approach. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we begin to discuss the investment reporting that you will see under the TPA approach. So for that, I'm going to turn this over to Stephen for the remainder of the presentation.
Thanks very much, Michelle. I guess what the board is really interested in is what are they going to see if we adopt a total portfolio approach, and what are the changes? The biggest change in reporting probably lies with the trust level review, which you've just seen for the most recent quarter. What I would expect that we would be reporting in the future if we adopt a total portfolio approach would be, yes, we would report absolute return because that's the most important thing in terms of the funded status of the scheme. But we would also be reporting the performance of the reference portfolio, and we would be reporting the performance of each of the investment strategies with respect to the funding cost of those strategies or the reference portfolio weights. We would also want to know how each of the strategies is done relative to an asset class benchmark. When you've heard some discussion earlier on private equity, we think our portfolio is done really well in the context of performance against private equity benchmarks or even peers in recent years. But it's lagged the public markets. I think there's useful information to the board to see it from multiple perspectives, and I would expect our trust level review would be doing that. So rather than just focusing on one comparator, it would be a more all-encompassing view. The other changes, I think, are likely to be less significant. It'll be that trust level review that would be the most important, I think, in terms of changes. If you can go to the next slide. Again, key performance metrics, total return. It's the most important aspect under either an SAA or a total portfolio approach. The reference point for value add and active risk, a bit different. Right now we have a policy benchmark which comprises 11 different benchmarks, so it's fairly complicated. Under the TPA, it's a reference portfolio, so we want to know whether we as a team have actually added value over an off-the-shelf simple index which represents the board's risk appetite. So it's much clearer with respect to whether we've done a good job or not. In terms of deviation from reference point, historically we haven't deviated too much from the policy benchmark. Going forward, if we adopt a TPA, the deviations will be higher. You've seen that with private equity, which is benchmarked to listed equities. You can have big unders and overs. The expectation is that, yes, there would be more deviation relative to that reference point, but the expectation is also that you would have a higher expected return because of the efficiencies that come with a total portfolio approach. Also, with respect to the reporting, right now we focus on those 11 asset classes, and in the future we would focus more on the underlying investment strategies. So when you're looking at private equity, for instance, there's quite a big difference between how we think about buyout and venture capital, quite different characteristics, and you don't necessarily see that when we're reporting at the moment. So I would expect that to change, and for you to have more insight into why we are pursuing each individual investment strategy. If you can go to the next slide. Next one. That's just showing what we have at the moment in terms of those asset class perspectives. If you can go to the next one. In the future, you'll see more granularity by investment strategy. Next slide. I think this is also interesting because now we report the net asset value, or the dollars we've allocated to each particular asset class, but you don't get a sense really for how much risk we're taking. Yes, we do focus on some tracking error or actionable tracking error in the listed markets. You don't see so much on the tracking error in other markets, but that's a relative thing. What I think is important is that we would focus much more on where we're taking the risk. So we would have risk metrics, and we'd also translate those to dollar values in terms of the exposure. If you look at this metric here, we've looked at the top 15 contributions to active risk, and core real estate stands out as the single biggest contributor to that active risk. Not surprising, private equity buyout is also a very large contributor. But what I wanted to highlight also was how different it will feel for some of the teams, because some of the teams pursue investment strategies, and those investment strategies perform very similarly to their particular benchmarks. They don't deviate very much from their policy targets. With a move to a total portfolio approach and proxying relative to a reference portfolio, some of those investment strategies are going to feel like on risk. So if you're sitting in, let's say, the global fixed income team, all of a sudden it's very hard to hide, because you can't always point to a particular benchmark, because you're going to be judged against the cost of funding. Yes, we will also want to know how you've done relative to, let's say, a global fixed income benchmark, but it really it'll make the whole team think much more about where we're allocating that risk, and I think there are big advantages to that. You also see that for listed equities, the global factor-weighted index is the biggest contributor to risk. That's been a drag on the portfolio for quite some time. It's actually been a big contributor when equities sold off, earlier this year, coming into the last few days. But the question for us really is this a good use of risk that we're allocating? And that's for a future discussion. If we can go to the next slide, and the one after that. A reminder, and you've seen versions of this chart before. This is just a reminder to repeat that we can proxy our actual portfolio, our fairly complex actual portfolio, just using equities and bonds. Here we've taken a mix of around 71, 72 equities and 28% bonds. You can see through time, this is going back to 2009, those two track each other pretty closely. You can also see from the performance, our actual portfolio has performed similarly to a simple off-the-shelf index. I think we have to aspire to do better than that, and it'll be much easier, I think, for the board to be assessing the performance, to be looking at something like a reference portfolio and judging us against that in terms of the active risk we take and the expected return or additional excess return we expect to get from taking that risk. If you go to the next slide. I've made a comment about the apparent variability for returns. Same return, in this particular chart, but it will look different in terms of the relative outperformance and underperformance. You can see from the burnt orange bars, this is the portfolio performance against our current policy portfolio. Small outperformance, small underperformance, depending on the year, but it's fairly close. Moving to a reference portfolio, those deviations would look a lot larger. Now, as I've mentioned in previous discussions, it really probably becomes more important to be thinking about longer horizons when assessing that performance. Our expectation would be that the average return will be a little bit higher following a reference portfolio, total portfolio approach as well, if we do it well. We can go to the next slide. Something else also looks a bit different. We've talked about private equity lagging the benchmark that we currently have. There's actually a lag with the benchmark, but just looking simply at the previous 5 years return and using the relevant proxy for private equity, it actually looks like one of the best outperforming asset classes. So some of the numbers will look different. Returns are the same, but the relative performance will look a bit different. Infrastructure core has also been a big contributor, but there have been drags. Real estate core, the factor weighted index. So even though the returns are the same, our interpretation of those returns may be different. And again, as I say, we're looking at it in opportunity costs and in risk-adjusted terms. If we can go to the next slide. More specifically, private equity, we can show here that buyout has, over the last 5 years, outperformed just the market cap equity index, although it lagged the Cambridge buyout universe. I expect that you'll see better relative performance through time because private equity is one of those areas where we have a particular advantage because of our size, because of the quality of the relationships. We can be one of the most important LPs, and also because of the strategy the team's pursuing with respect to co-investment. So I would expect that to be better going forward. Next slide. Real estate, it's a little bit different in terms of the portfolio we have outperforming the index, but lagging the cost of funding. Next slide. And in terms of reporting, you'll see the same total return numbers. Here we've looked at the excess relative to a reference portfolio and the benchmark. Those excess numbers are slightly different. So you get a somewhat different perspective. If you go to the next slide, you'll see the same thing with respect to the private market assets. And if you go to the final slide, well, one more, just talking about measuring the level of risk. The thing I would highlight here is there's no single measure for risk, and I would expect to provide the board with a wider range of risk metrics as we go forward. And we've highlighted some of those in the appendix. And with that, I'll pass it back to the chair.
Okay, Director Ortega.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Two quick questions that are about the reference portfolio and what we will understand about the portfolio. So one is, will there be a listing of the funds, the actual underlying, the one chart that shows it just broken into the two treasuries and equities, but then the one next to it has the detailed categories. But I'm just wondering, is there underlying funds that will be tied to those categories that we would know what they are?
I'll respond to that question for your second question. We have to decide on just what equity index should be in the reference portfolio. The same goes for bonds. We haven't settled on just what those things are, but we should be very transparent about what those indices are. Okay. I would like that to be, liquid, transparent, simple. So at this point, we haven't settled on a recommended index. Expect it to be, well diversified, as I say, market cap. But the actual detail, we need to come back to you on that recommendation. But it will be very transparent. Okay. It will be easy for people to assess our performance relative to that.
Okay, I think that answers my second question, which was about how you will select an index fund. And so I'm assuming when you come back and tell us what they are, you'll kind of talk about the process you use to determine the right.
Well, we'll propose something, yeah. and hopefully that will resonate with the board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further requests. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you. I will call up next colleagues. Proxy voting. So we have Drew and Samiso. Where's Dan? He can't hide.
Is that? Okay. Afternoon, everybody. Drew Hambley, Investment Director, InvoStaff. I'm here today to provide our annual update on our proxy voting and engagement activities from 2024, and then give a preview of what our early expectations will be for the proxy season 2025, which will be underway in the next week or so. Next slide, please. You've seen this before, so my function covers the proxy voting and engagement activities, primarily responsible for our public equities portfolio. Next slide. This slide just gives a highlight of some of our key volume issues. For example, we voted over 10,000 meetings last year. We engaged with nearly 450 companies, engagements covering more than 50% of the public equity AUM. We try to hold directors accountable. We do so in a variety of ways. We oppose directors on climate issues. We've explained that before, where we see compensation concerns, board composition concerns, and performance concerns. So we use our vote against as a signal to make improvements, and then follow up with engagement to help further get in within best practices. Next slide, please. So this just highlights a couple of the key votes, some things you might have seen in the headlines in 2024. They cover a number of issues like pay, governance, human capital management, and so just a couple of meetings that were top of mind for people in 2024. Next slide, please. In terms of our support for shareholder proposals, the key here is if it's a well-written, well-targeted shareholder resolution, we consider each one on a case-by-case basis. But as you can see, we have a high level of support for well-targeted proposals at the right company, and have continued to do so for many years. I know this year we'll see some challenges. The SEC made some very late in the game changes to how it interprets no action relief. So our expectations coming into 2025 is we may see the SEC issue no action relief more frequently than they have done in the last 2 or 3 years. That's our expectation. We will see how it plays out. They have given companies an opportunity to ask for, again, under the new guidance, which came out at the beginning of February, for no action relief. So a little hard to tell today, but that would be our initial expectation. We might see less proposals in the 2025 season, especially around proposals dealing with environmental and social issues. Next slide, please. And so here we just have some comparison of proposals, how we supported in the U.S. shareholder proposals. I'd point to, while there's some differences in the percentages, but if you look at the blue bars on total support, 398 supported proposals in this last proxy season compared to 399 the previous season. So I think that demonstrates the consistency of the proxy voting guidelines and principles in our continued level of support. Next slide, please. And so once again, just to highlight some of the work we did in 2024, we continue to vote against executive compensation plans, especially in the U.S. I will say, overall, the marketplace, these proposals generally get about 95% support. So our 39% support against is high relative to a lot of U.S. asset managers. But we also believe there's some structural issues in compensation that need attention, hence our high level of against. We have seen in the news in the last 2 quarters companies rolling back some commitments to DE&I. Staff has been proactive in reaching out to companies. We're just highlighting a number that we did in the fourth quarter, specifically where it was publicly disclosed that a company might be rolling back some of their initiatives. So we want to be proactive in talking to our portfolio companies on an important issue like this. And then just down at the bottom, for the first time, we've always been transparent about our voting. You can go to the CalPERS website. You can see our vote history dating back to 2015. For the first time, as part of the Dodd-Frank bill, asset owners had to disclose how they vote on say-on-pay. So we are in full compliance with the NPX filing. That said, we had been doing it for many years anyway, just a little bit of extra work and an extra filing for us. Next slide, please. And we just talked about support on say-on-pay. I would point out in 2023, 2024, we had robust returns in the equity markets, 20+%. 2022, as you remember, I think the S&P was down about 19% that year, so slightly higher against support in such a down market. A little more support in the last 2 years, and we think some of the engagement we've done with companies has certainly helped some of that less votes against in the last season. Next slide, please. We continue our work with the CA100. We are still lead engagers on 20 names in that coalition, very much a part of that, and we'll continue our work engaging companies on climate issues. Next slide, please. In terms of oversight on climate, we have been voting against directors for a number of years where we believe there's not good disclosure and governance of their climate footprint. We continue to do that. We target about 350 companies in our equity portfolio to focus our attention on. And when we do vote against, we endeavor to contact those companies and have a discussion about why we did that. In the last year, we did about 110 of those discussions where we voted against. Next slide, please. And so we had a couple of discussions last year, and so in our proxy voting guidelines this year, we have making just a couple of small adjustments to align the guidelines with the governance and sustainability principles, which is the governing document, as it pertains to the labor principles that we added to the governance and sustainability document. So wasn't changing our voting patterns. We were doing these things anyway, but we wanted, with the new changes and the added language in the governance and sustainability principles around the labor principles, we wanted to mirror some of that language in the proxy voting guidelines. So very consistent with what we've been doing, so we made these slight changes to be in alignment between the two documents. Next slide, please. And then so coming up for 2025, we're still going to focus on human capital management, governance and pay, and climate. And so we don't see any changes to the program and what our approach is going to be. But we are certainly dealing some challenging times. The SEC is making it a little more difficult to exercise stewardship duties across the U.S. But nonetheless, we know companies are reaching out to us because they want to talk to investors that are still willing to engage on these important topics. Next slide, please. Oh, and go to the next one. Okay, so I'd like to stop here. That's my prepared remarks. In the appendix is just a bunch of charts that are up on our website that go into a little bit more detail on our voting patterns. If you have any questions about those, I'm happy to take those, but open to questions at this time.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, point very well taken that this potentially, more challenging times to be leading in this area, but I'm glad to hear that, everybody has not been frightened off. So, President Taylor.
Thank you. Drew, thank you very much. I appreciate the detail in this and your work into it. What I was really interested in, so I'm going to ask, is your engagement, even though, and I'm going to ask on a bunch of different ones, but even though Climate Action 100 Plus, we lost some folks that were signed on, right? Are we still engaging with them to see if, is that what you're doing to make sure that maybe they're not signed on to Climate Action 100 Plus, but maybe they're doing stuff on their own?
Yes, so at the end of the last proxy season, we engaged with about a dozen or so managers that CalPERS employs that have stewardship teams like ours to talk about the things that were important to us and what they were doing. We had follow-up meetings in the third quarter of last year to those discussions, and then my team met with all of them in the first quarter of this year to talk about what we think is going to happen and what we're going to do for the 2025 season. So not all of the, matter of fact, there's only one or two that we actually use directly in equities as a manager, but we just wanted to reiterate the things that were important to us, and we're going to continue to have those conversations. We weren't directing anybody to vote a certain way or engage a certain way, but just reiterating what our program's doing and reminding them of the things that are important to us.
Well, especially if we consider, go ahead, Samisa, if we consider this one of our top three risks to the portfolio, I think we absolutely, go ahead, Samisa.
Thank you for that question. What I was going to add to what Drew said is that even for the managers that have left Climate Action 100, they have not said that they don't believe in climate change. They've left because, they've said they've their own internal stewardship teams to do this. So they say they no longer need Climate Action 100, but they're not saying climate change is not an investment risk. I think it is important to note that even though they're leaving, they're not saying they're not doing this work anymore.
So does that mean, Samisa, that they're keeping their own records for carbon emissions and TCFD and stuff like that? Or, because as I understand it, that was one of the problems, right? Was that I think Climate Action 100 Plus was starting to prescribe that they were supposed to be reporting those emissions at a year ago or so, 2 years ago, whatever it was.
Yeah, I don't really know about the specifics of what they do, but I think it was really instructive almost for all of these managers when they left that, they didn't say that they didn't believe in climate change. They said they'll continue to, now they're their own internal teams to do this work as opposed to being part of Climate Action 100. I think that to me was really instructive.
Well, that's good. That's good. Then the same question kind of on DE&I. This is something that's CalPERS has no intention of changing course on, but everybody's like backed off. And then I saw an article from Jamie Dimon where he was like, we're perfectly, legal, and so we're just going to keep going with what we're doing. And then BlackRock, who had said, we're not doing this anymore, then came out and said, but we are still looking at it somehow. I mean, it was kind of, it was kind of really vague, but so are we asking or engaging on DE&I as well?
Yeah, so we looked at engagements we've had since November 1st, so just before the election, and 67% of the time we're talking about human capital management issues, which include DE&I. So we continue to press companies on this. I think a lot of companies are trying to figure out what all these executive orders mean, like everybody else. And so it's not that they're not doing things, but they're trying to work out what may or may not be legal. But once again, we continue to talk to these companies about the importance of it, why it's important to CalPERS, and that we'll continue to monitor what they do there.
Okay. I sort of had the same question on Say and Pay. Do we see that going away now that there's reporting SEC changes?
So I haven't. So that is part of the Dodd-Frank law. That so unless that's repealed, I think companies will still have to do it. Even if there wasn't a Say and Pay vote, you still have the opportunity to vote on members of the compensation committee, and so that was sort of the compromise out of Dodd-Frank is directors didn't want votes against in the beginning, so it was sort of seen as a, you vote against say and pay 1 year, and then maybe the next year, if you don't see improvements, you might do the compensation committee. So even if there weren't a say and pay mechanism, it's such an important aspect of governance that we would still have the opportunity to hold compensation committee members accountable for how they pay the CEO.
Okay, thank you very much.
Director Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Drew. So I want to go back to your let me go back to on the stewardship on the 2024 key proxy votes. You know, the leadership of last year we had with respect to ExxonMobil, and in terms of withholding votes from the entire board, all 12 nominees, and the significant governance concerns around that. Even though we did that, how it seemed like we didn't have enough momentum, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts are that with respect to that, and how that could play out differently. I'm just curious if you can just elaborate more on that, sir.
Yeah. So I think if you look at the voting patterns, so if you think most asset managers will have a set of proxy voting guidelines, and most of them don't cover a situation like this. So it was difficult for some of them that didn't fit neatly into the box. If you looked at the vote results from the lead independent director, got about 4% less than they had year over year. You could attribute a lot of that to the asset owner community that did step up. But you still have asset managers that own, 20, the top 4 or 5 own probably 25, 30% of ExxonMobil. And so their policies and procedures make it difficult to do situations like this. And so I don't think it was a lack of momentum. I think that meeting had everybody taking a look at it. It probably is a little easier sometimes for owners to, pull the trigger on a vote like that. So it wasn't that what we did wasn't seen in the marketplace as important. But sometimes at the ballot box, there might be different operational challenges for, managers to go outside of the prescriptions in their policy.
Right.
Our policy is principle-based, which makes it a little easier for us to do things like that.
And talking about principle-based, the other one that I also found really during the same last year was the vote against the ratification of Mr. Musk's 2018 stock option award. That one I also thought was the leadership there. I definitely appreciated that with CalPERS. But again, it didn't have it didn't have the meat that it needed to move that forward, and that's another question.
Yeah. So in that case, there's a handful of companies that have an unusually high retail shareholder base, and that company happens to be one of them. I think it was nearly 40%. And so some of the people might buy that for other reasons other than just performance because they, like the company or the car. And so it's one of those household names that has a high retail vote, which might be more inclined to just vote with management than an institutional base.
So there was more of the retail voting process rather than
I think that was part of it. I think, so in a say on pay vote, if you get between 50 and 70%, that usually signals some unhappiness. I think that one was around 72%. And I think what we saw is a high support from that 40% retail base.
That retail class, rather than the institutional class that would represent the other portion of that.
That's correct.
Very good then. And then the last item is I just wanted to compliment your stand on board diversity and how you've kept on moving with respect to that. I think that's an important area that again shines our aligns with our values of making sure that we have diversity, especially gender diversity, with respect to the boards and so forth, but also of all diversity on the boards.
Yeah.
So,
I saw a stat when I was preparing at the end of last week. Right now in the Russell 3000, I think only 11% of boards don't have what would be considered at least one diverse director. And so if you think of the work that this organization has done dating back to 2016 or 17, that's been a real positive. A lot of people have put attention on increasing diversity in the boardrooms. I think the S&P 500 now is 30% average women on the board. And so there's been a lot of progress. We don't want to backslide on that. And so our U.S. portfolio doesn't own the whole Russell 3000. So even in our U.S. portfolio, there's very few companies, I think, left that we own that don't have diverse representation on the board.
Are you also reaching out to any of the affinity organizations like the National Association of Corporate Directors or the National American Alliance, and the other organizations around the country to, align yourself with their partnerships and so forth?
Yeah, so I did a webinar for NACD, National Association of Corporate Directors, about a month and a half ago, talking about many of the topics we've talked about today, and met with their senior leadership team probably a month and a half ago as well. So certainly, we're not doing any direct partnerships, but certainly talking to them about issues that are key to us that would benefit their membership.
Absolutely. I think the other one's the Latino Corporate Directors Association as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's really good then. Thank you so much. That's all my questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Willett. There it goes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the really good presentation and the work that's done by you and the team over there. I know it's a lot of work, and the numbers, don't even give it justice. I just had a question kind of zooming out, and I apologize if this question is going to come out is really clumsy, but what's the situation, or how is it a situation resolved where there's a policy conflict? Like if you want to vote, if a board of a company is not engaging with us, but we want to, so we, maybe want to vote against them, but essentially they're doing something really good that we want to support. How do we resolve those kinds of conflicts when we have a lot of really important priorities that our proxy voting covers?
Yeah, I think we'll do our best. So, if we have something that's important to us and a company repeatedly won't engage with us, we might use our vote against as an opportunity to signal, hey, we're unhappy with that level or lack of engagement. And certainly we have companies that are doing some, good things, and then they might do a governance or a pay thing that we disagree with. As we've said in the past, when we vote against a director in an uncontested election, we're not trying to throw them off the board. We're trying to get their attention and point out some aspect of whether it's governance, disclosure, an environmental or social issue that we'd like to talk about and hopefully have them improve over time. And so when we vote against, we're not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we want to have that engagement. And if we can't have the engagement, we might continue to vote against. There are some controlled companies that don't feel they have to talk to us because they control all the vote. But that is the exception, not the rule. Most companies will take our call. So not everything a company does is perfectly aligned with us, so we use that vote so we can advance that discussion on that particular point.
Thank you. And then in your experience, have we been successful with using that vote?
Well, I think we have. We just talked about, if you look back to 2016 or 17, the average gender diversity in the S&P 500 was probably around 15%. It has since doubled, and that took time. Things like proxy access, which are done under private ordering, for example, that this organization has undertaken, you wouldn't see the uptake in that without the engagement that we've done. Do we think 3-year vesting on equity is long-term? We don't, and that's why we vote against a lot of pay packages, for example. So that hasn't quite worked as well as we'd hope, but we keep at it. My previous role, I remember talking to one company for 7 straight years to get them to declassify their board before they finally did it. So we don't always get something on the first phone call, but we're not going to stop pursuing it just because we don't get everything the first time around.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Director Rubalcava.
Thank you.
Hang on, I don't think I did that right. I got to touch just this exact little tiny microphone. There you go.
Thank you, Chair. Let's share. Great report. When you were on slide 5, you were talking about shareholder proposals. You mentioned the term no action relief. Can you just explain? I think I know what it is, but is the SEC is now, we expect them to give more of those letters out to prevent the shareholder proposals to be on the to be voted on? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. So in the U.S., if you own a certain amount of stock, I think it's around $2,000 or a little bit more than that, and you've been a stockholder for a year, you can file a shareholder resolution if it meets certain aspects of what's called 14A8. So there's a bunch of rules, one being if there's a word limit. If you write, it has to be with 500 words. So anybody can file one of those if they meet those requirements, and then the company can seek what's called no action relief with the Securities and Exchange Commission. And what they're asking for is, if we don't include this in the proxy statement, will you seek any action against us? So so the company can just put the proposal in and not talk to anybody and just move on. Or if they don't think they want to face that proposal for whatever reason, or they don't think it's germane to their business, they can seek no action relief with the SEC. In 2021, the SEC was a little more permissive in categories like social issues, and we're letting in a few more proposals than they had in the past. They have since changed the guidance under the new administration, and we think they're going to be less permissive of letting certain types of proposals, especially around environment and social issues, into the proxy statements.
Okay, Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the team and Drew in particular, for this great report. Question: given the current unprecedented risks, right, and the market volatility, are there any policy or regulatory developments that could impact our proxy voting or corporate engagement efforts in the near future?
So I don't see any direct threats to our ability to engage or cast a proxy vote. That said, the ecosystem in which we operate in, there have been some recent rulings by the SEC that might make large holders, 5% or more of the stock, file what's called a 13D filing versus a 13G. We don't think that would directly impact our ability to engage because we generally own much less. We're usually not anywhere near that 5% threshold. But it could affect some of the large indexers and how they approach this and their willingness to make additional SEC filings. There's a DOL rule that oversees ERISA funds that has made some rulings that say maybe you don't have to vote everything if you don't want to. That was done under the first Trump administration. The Biden administration said they weren't going to enforce that. So we could see some people in the marketplace maybe not vote quite as often. We vote everything, and so that wouldn't affect us. So I don't see any direct challenges to CalPERS' ability to do these two activities, but it's certainly having some effects on other people that participate in this ecosystem at this time.
Great, thank you. Stay the course. Don't get intimidated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm seeing no more requests. Thanks. I really appreciate the report, the work of the team. It'll be, there's some reason to be encouraged that it seems like people are like us, where we recognize there's changes out in the external environment that may impact how we go about things strategically or certainly tactically, but we're still just as committed as ever about the risks posed and about our values, and just looking forward to what the future holds. Thank you. Okay, back to you, Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. We'll move on to the next item, which is the Treasury overview. So if I can call up Jonathan, Brian, Sterling, and Michael. Jonathan.
Thank you, Stephen. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon. Happy St. Patrick's Day. My name is Jonathan O'Donnell. I'm an investment director in Total Fund Portfolio Management. I'm joined by my partner, Brian Liu, who's also an investment director, Michael Krim, investment director, and Sterling Gunn, who is our boss. So we're really excited to bring this item to you all today. It really represents a lot of the hard work that the team has done over this past, I'd say, 7+ years in terms of liquidity management space. We often are sitting up on the desk and we hear questions, listening to these board meetings, and we often hear questions from board members about that touch on our ability to pay our benefits, our ability to pay our bills at the end of the day. And we take that as a little bit of an interest in your part, rightfully so, to understand a little bit how this goes, how this stuff works. This is the first presentation I think you've seen that provides a lot of detail on the treasury management function. I'm going to make a lot of references to investment treasury in this presentation. If I inadvertently leave the word investment and I just say treasury, please know I'm talking about investment treasury. So if we move on to slide 2. Today we're going to just discuss what investment treasury actually is, how we interact with other parts of INVO and the broader organization, and also to give you, importantly, to give you some insight into some of the current activities that we have going on and how that differs from the past. The single most important objective that we have here today, if you get nothing else out of this, is to come away with this, from this presentation, with a sense of confidence around our resiliency and robustness around our liquidity management processes and our ability to actually pay benefits when the time comes. Let's move on to slide 3, please. It's important to note that the investment treasury team doesn't operate in isolation. There are many different parts of the ecosystem that have an impact on cash and liquidity. So we think that liquidity management works best when it's holistic and centralized. While this is a busy slide, and I'm not going to go over all the detail in each box here, it does convey the breadth of people that are involved in liquidity management, generally speaking. We have multiple touch points in the investment office, as you'd expect, from our portfolio design team in TFPM, which when we talk about and we deal with allocation management activities, to obviously other pieces of the asset classes when we're implementing strategy or we're talking about portfolio construction. Importantly, on the left-hand side, we do interact with FINO on a fairly regular basis too, in terms of cash flow forecasting, reporting, and just general kind of liquidity management topics. So the next 2 slides that we go through are going to explain a little bit more about treasury management in detail. So thank you for switching to slide 4. Asking the question, what is treasury management? This team is directly responsible for the top of the house liquidity management and financing management, so we can effectively fund our operations and portfolio strategies through our leverage, through strategic and active leverage. The combination of these 2 functions enables a much more efficient and flexible portfolio construction and cash management, which in turn allows us to harvest returns from our balance sheet and realize some of the natural advantages that we talk a lot about. Also is important from my perspective, having good processes in place allows me to kind of sleep and not worry about liquidity every night. Next slide. So the investment treasury's primary objective always begins and ends with liquidity management. Our team's lead operating principle is to always secure stable and timely cash by combining both the liquidity and the financing functions. So if we're looking at points A and B in orange on this slide here, we view these functions as inseparable, as more like a continuum rather than separate functions that are managed independently. So under point A, we manage our cash and our balance sheet holdings together to ensure we have adequate liquidity and to reduce the overall funding cost in the portfolio. On point B, we use the financing markets combined with our balance sheet to create a balanced and diversified funding portfolio that complements the liquidity management side. Once we're confident, and only once we're confident that PERF's liquidity needs are being met, we turn our attention to monetizing the balance sheet. That generates obviously additional returns from one of our strategic advantages. Slide 6, please. So talking about those strategic advantages, Stephen's talked to you a lot about playing to our natural strengths, CalPERS natural strengths. Investment treasury management is one of those functions that can convert those opportunities afforded to us by those advantages into real tangible returns to the portfolio. We talk about size being a natural advantage. Our size means that we have a large set of cash equivalents and a diverse set of high-quality liquid assets on the balance sheet that we can use in liquidity and financing management activities. Our long horizon promotes stability in the asset in the balance sheet, the assets on the balance sheet, that in turn gives the team confidence that we can use those assets to generate stable and safe liquidity on demand in our investment strategies. And third, we're fortunate that we have a team of dedicated folks that have a ton of experience, decades of experience, I should say, in securities lending, in repo, in derivatives management, cash reinvestment, et cetera. And that allows us to be innovative and capitalize on the different opportunities that come up to us in the market when they arise. So altogether, these relative strengths allow us to take advantage of market dynamics, to shift funding from one part of the portfolio or the market when it makes sense, and oftentimes when there's a lot of other people on the street that can't do that. So we built in a lot of flexibility. Next slide, please. So moving from how we're leveraging our advantages to the specific benefits we're realizing from the investment that we've made in investment treasury, first and foremost, as I've been saying, I think over and over, is enhanced liquidity resiliency. Enhancing our confidence to pay benefits in our other obligations. We have a comprehensive view into the portfolio's liquidity needs and risk posture. We've consolidated and operationalized our balance sheet assets, which lets us use them to generate liquidity on demand and broadly diversifies risk to stress in any single funding channel. And I want to highlight the last column on the slide, portfolio performance. It wasn't really all that long ago that the PERF had an explicit allocation to cash in the SAA. Typically it was, I think in the past, it was 1 to 5% of the portfolio, depending on how far you go back. The activities that we're talking about today have enabled us to eliminate that cash allocation in the SAA, which gets rid of that large cash drag, which we'll talk about, and has actually improved the liquidity situation in the portfolio. So from my eyes, and I think a lot of other folks, this has been a humongous win-win for the organization. Slide 8, please. All right, so we talked a little bit earlier that our team doesn't operate in a vacuum. The same holds true when you're looking at our governance structure. It all starts with the board. And shortly, I think in a couple slides, we're going to discuss one of the key policy decisions that the board made historically that kicked off all of this work. From a staff perspective, we engage and we're directly held accountable by Stephen and our direct governing body, which we call the Liquidity Governance Group. Pretty catchy name. That group is comprised of the DCIO of Capital Markets, so Dan, the MID of TFPM, so Sterling, and the MID of Fixed Income, Arnie. The Treasury team itself is comprised of a lot of senior folks that have been in the markets for a really long time. We're the subject matter experts that answer questions about liquidity and financing, and we manage the portfolios, obviously. And then on a weekly basis, we pull all of those folks together, along with a bunch of folks from the asset classes, to our weekly liquidity huddle. That meeting typically has 20, 25 participants where we talk about PERF's liquidity situation, the posture of the portfolio, the market environment, upcoming activities that may impact our liquidity, et cetera. And importantly, I think, it also allows the broader team to ask us probing questions about some of the decisions that we're making on liquidity management in the fund, which I think just makes for a much more robust conversation at the end of the day. Slide 9. This is just a quick view into how the investment treasury team fits into the total fund portfolio management group. We borrowed this slide from last year's trust level review, I guess it was last November, specifically calling out that treasury management sits within the portfolio implementation function. We have a lot of interaction, as I mentioned earlier, with the portfolio design team when we talk about liquidity dashboards, et cetera. And we added here the asset class teams to give a nod that they have a critical contribution in liquidity management too from that portfolio construction and implementation function. Slide 10. All right, so there's a lot going on in this slide, but I do think it shows a really important view as to how our liquidity management processes today have evolved since the GFC. So first and foremost, this is the decision that the board made from a policy perspective. Back in 2008, we had a policy that explicitly prevented us from using leverage in the portfolio. And the effect of that was to really constrain staff's ability to respond to the challenges of the time. We couldn't use derivatives as effectively, et cetera, et cetera. Contrast that with today. In 2019, the board specifically approved the leverage policy, which enabled staff to build this financing infrastructure out. And that really gives us a ton of flexibility and enhances our liquidity management processes. So then looking at the next line down, in 2008, we only had one established funding channel, and that was the securities lending channel. And then we could only use treasuries and equities in that channel. Today, moving over further to the right, we've operationalized numerous derivatives wrappers, repo agreements or repurchase agreements, in addition to the securities lending market. And all of that we can do using a multitude of asset types, so treasuries, equities, mortgage-backed securities, and different credit products that are on our balance sheet. Next line down, our governance structure. As you know, our governance structure used to represent, it was something that was much more siloed and uncoordinated, and people were looking at it from that asset class perspective. Whereas today, we've evolved that governance structure to something that is centrally managed and takes that holistic portfolio-centric view of liquidity management and sources and financing management. The management tools in the financial crisis were centered around how the asset classes interacted with the market and modeled the market from their own perspectives. Whereas today we have numerous liquidity dashboards that are looking at our posture through different lenses that include stress testing and explicit management-directed liquidity coverage minimums that we have to maintain. And the last line talks a little bit about the success that we've had in navigating more recent stress episodes relative to the GFC. So in the GFC, you know, again, we're forced to sell assets to ensure our liquidity position was stable, which came at a great cost. We sold assets that we didn't want to sell to make sure that we could pay the bills that we had to pay. In the current paradigm, we managed through the COVID crisis and put money to work when our rebalancing models suggested to do that. And when Silicon Valley Bank and Credit Suisse went belly up, we maintained sufficient liquidity to meet our obligations, to pay our bills, stay on strategy, and maintain a lot of excess dry powder for opportunities as they should, if they were to have arisen. So moving to slide 11, so our last slide for open session. Trying to pull everything together. Again, this is a little bit of a busy slide, but there's a lot of stuff going on here. In the middle of the diagram sits investment treasury, represented by that continuum of liquidity and financing management. That continuum allows us to source liquidity, so moving to the left side of the slide, through multiple and diversified funding channels. So we can fund, again, through repo, through derivatives, through securities lending, again, in the different asset types. So leveraging our strategic advantages, the treasury team, the investment treasury team, uses those sources to ensure that our liquidity is safely managed and stable, and all of our needs are adequately covered. Those uses, most importantly, I've referenced it 6, 7, 8 times now, are to pay benefits, to make capital calls and margin calls, and to fund our broader investment strategy. So with that, concludes prepared remarks. We're happy to answer any questions you have, and we thank you for allowing us to take the time.
All right. Thank you for all the work, the whole team. Man, a lot going on there a lot of moving parts and a lot of coordination, communication. So I really appreciate the explanation, and seeing it all, how it all fits together is very helpful. So, Director Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is very exciting. It's a success story from 2008, when we needed liquidity and we learned. And so I really appreciate. I think this is the first time I actually heard the investment treasury management group. So this is good. Thank you, Stephen. I guess you're the one responsible. But my question is, this is excellent. How would your team change its procedures, or how is it impacted if we move into a total fund approach?
Can I just chip in there? Because I actually think this is an enabler of the total portfolio approach. And I also think this is one of those areas that's a relative strength for us. I think the team's done a lot of really good work in terms of collating information. And I also to shout out to those people who've allowed me to view the portfolio, the liquidity position on my phone. So thanks to all the people behind the scenes who've made that work. So enabling position for TPA and a relative strength.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Director Pacheco.
Yes, again, I also want to say to Mr. Rubalcaba, this is also a very interesting presentation. I just want to go back with respect to the then and now slide. With respect to, you were mentioning about the stress monitoring and stress testing. If I recall in the trust report, the liquidity was set at 2.4x, a 30-day Tier 1 stress liquidity coverage ratio. And is that the benchmark? Is that our base? Or I'm just trying to understand that level.
Yeah, so that coverage ratio comes from one of the models that looks at our liquidity posture from the top-down perspective in the portfolio. 2.4x simply means that we are well covered by getting down to a 1.0 is the minimum amount of liquidity we have to pay those bills. So 2.4 is obviously better than that. We have other models that are much more nuanced now that look at the operationalized liquidity sources that will allow us to be much more precise in how tight or how loose we can run liquidity. So, I mean, to directly answer your question, 2.4 is not a benchmark. It's just a status of where we sit today. The coverage ratio minimums, and we can't draw a complete parallel because the models are a little bit different right now. But we do have coverage ratio minimums more along the lines of a 1.75, 1.5, depending on which model you're looking at.
And with respect to the stress testing models themselves, I know that when I read some of the materials in the past, it's usually been the global financial crisis. We've utilized, I believe, the 1986 crash and so forth, and then and then of course COVID. Do you feel that those are okay stress testers, or do you feel there should be additional parameters for additional testing?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that's an area that is evolving. So we do run GFC. We've run stocks and bonds both down. So where there's both are there's not a negative correlation between them.
Yes,
they're actually right. We've run flash crash. So there are more than those that we've run, and that's an area that we want to continue as we talk about stagflation or other kind of scenarios. Those are ones we want to make sure we run through, and so it's a developing area. We've done a lot of progress on that on that area, but we're still building a lot of the tools to be able to model every scenario out.
So the tools are still being developed over time. It's a work in progress then.
I think we've made a ton of progress, and so all of those scenarios have already kind of been run through. But we do want to also do stress testing as an organization, almost like tabletop exercise where we make sure operationally too everyone knows what to do.
Exactly, and I think that would be actually a very interesting exercise to have, a tabletop exercise in this with respect to this treasury management process. So look forward to your continuing discussions.
I suspect we'll see a tabletop exercise soon.
Very interesting. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Gilmore, you were going to say something, sir?
We will see a tabletop exercise reasonably soon.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that will be very interesting. And I just think so many, when you think about scenarios and so many of these, well, that'll never happen. But we've seen some really wacky stuff happen fairly recently that, so it just reemphasizes the value of really, looking at things from a what if, and and I appreciate that it goes back to our whole approach to looking at risks, and looking at risk as one of our real drivers rather than just putting things in silos as we have in the past, and just taking that more siloed, scattered approach. This is encouraging to me as well. So thank you. Mr. Rufino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the team as well for the report. Just couple quick questions on the, I believe is page 8, the chart on the liquidity governance. So can you elaborate a little bit on the governance of the different investment teams and the chart in the chart?
Yeah. So we believe that liquidity management should be considered from that top-down total portfolio holistic view. I mean, that's really, I think, in this environment, the only way you can look at that. So that's why we structured the governance. Obviously, it starts with the decisions that the board makes, and Stephen has a lot of contribution and input into how we're looking at this stuff. But we felt like it was important from the liquidity governance group of 3, so Dan, Sterling, and Arnie, among others that may be appointed, to have that kind of broad asset class view to bring different perspectives in how we're managing the program. And then add to that, I mean, the investment treasury team, Brian and I came from different spots of the house as well. I was in fixed income, Brian was in equities. The rest of our team was kind of pulled from different spots too, to have a different perspective on liquidity management, generally speaking. And then pulling in the asset class teams, the operations teams, the performance management teams on that weekly liquidity huddle that gives anybody that wants to talk a chance to probe the decisions that we're making, I think just gives us a much more robust platform to grow this from.
Can I do a quick follow-up? So what issue do you think might require, for example, the CIO input as opposed to the weekly meeting that you guys are having?
It could be that the CIO obviously has authority to direct us to do whatever he or she sees fit at the time, and there could be a situation where the broader team is more comfortable with the liquidity posture, but there's something in the market that's happening that the CIO has a different view on. He can tell us to change our liquidity coverage ratios to reliquify to have more cash on hand should we need it. So things like that. I don't know. Do you have something else? Another example?
Yeah, maybe just to add to that. We have in our procedures that if our liquidity coverage ratios get violated or they go below that for a certain period of time, then that requires automatic notification, and so the LGG will be notified of that. And then I guess I could see depending on how severe the scenario that we would want guidance in terms of maybe the best approach to bring that coverage ratio back. We have triggers where we would automatically do that, but there may be certain circumstances where that may not be the best, holistic thing to do for the fund, in terms of, how it might look. So our job is to provide a liquidity plan, what we should do, how to mitigate that risk, what we would do to bring the coverage ratios back in line.
And finally, for the benefit of our audience and the folks that are listening, and I know we talked about a ratio, but in more simplistic terms, can you tell us what is the decision process for establishing the level of cash?
So there's a model that we call the liquidity coverage matrix. So we have the matrix like the movie, which lists all of our sources on one axis and all of our uses on another axis. And our uses include things like how much risk do we see in the liquidity markets, or given the positions that we have on today, what do we think our value at risk might look like? And we pair off our most readily available sources of cash against the most urgent needs for uses. Pension benefit payments or margin calls, et cetera. So we always make sure we have enough cash on hand to make those calls. And then we kind of waterfall down through the rest of the sources and uses of things that may not be quite as likely or may have a longer time horizon associated with them, so that we can calibrate our liquidity minimums at a different level. Hope that helps.
That does help. And the treasurer gets asked all the time, whenever she speaks, particularly to our stakeholders, the retirees, the beneficiary. And their number one question, as always, Are you going to run out of money? Or you have enough money to pay my pension? Please don't run out of money. So for those retirees that are listening, you just heard from the beginning that we are solid ground. So you're going to get your pension and
Absolutely.
and you're going to get your benefits that you deserved. Thank you, panel, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think that's it for us for questions from the board. And anything you wanted to add there, Stephen?
Yeah, I'd just say we can also use the treasury function to take advantage of the markets. So, of course, the main focus is to ensure there's enough liquidity. But when we think we've got more than adequate, there are times when we see opportunities in the market, and that's when we'll get together as a team and discuss those opportunities to enhance return as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks for the... Okay, and that moves us on to
So call up Peter and Tamara.
Peter and Tamara. Yeah. Responsible Contractor Policy Annual Review.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Tamara Sells, CalPERS staff. It is my pleasure today to present to you the Responsible Contractor Policy Annual Report for the 2023-24 fiscal year. I will provide a summary of the compliance results. I will touch a little bit on our communication and engagement flow, as well as the bidding and notification process. And then I will provide a snapshot of the total compliance and contracting over the last 9 fiscal years. Next slide, please. Thanks. As you all are well aware, the Responsible Contractor Policy exists to ensure prudent and careful action while managing the Responsible Contractor Program, and it applies to our domestic real estate and infrastructure investments where CalPERS holds greater than 50% interest on contracts equal or greater to $100,000, and it demonstrates our fiduciary principles to support and encourage fair wages and benefits. Next slide, please. The Responsible Contractor Policy provides an important risk management function in the identification and mitigation of labor risks. And we have a well-established Responsible Contractor Policy, which today we've completed the third reading of the policy refresh, following an 18-month-long extensive policy review and engagement process, with the newly enhanced and improved RCP to be effective July 1, 2025. Next slide, please. So, for this slide, I am happy to report 100% compliance by all of our responsible contractor managers for fiscal year 23-24. All managers have certified that their contractors, and subcontractors have complied with the policy, and certified responsible contractors received over $1 billion last fiscal year. Also, all managers reported that there were no material adverse impacts to CalPERS investment returns, and no formal complaints had been filed during this reporting period. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the policy continues to provide an avenue for communication and engagement with our external managers, their contractors, our labor stakeholders, as well as CalPERS staff. CalPERS' oversight of the Responsible Contractor Policy Program policy includes dedicated staff that work to assess stakeholder inquiries on the implementation of the RCP, which projects are applicable to the RCP, mitigation of human capital and reputational risks, as well as facilitating engagements between labor union stakeholders and our managers and contractors. CalPERS investment staff communicates regularly with our stakeholders, as well as our real estate and infrastructure managers regarding implementation of the policy, and we do work to address labor issues in a timely manner. Next slide. So for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, our managers reported not only 100% compliance, but over $1 billion in certifying responsible contractor payments. These were attributed to several factors, including increased development costs for properties under construction and making further progress on conversion projects, as well as new lease agreements that result in new tenant improvement allowances. For the last 9 fiscal years, responsible contractors have received over $8 billion under the policy. Overall, the policy continues to serve us well. Application of the responsible contractor policy has resulted in positive outcomes for CalPERS, our labor stakeholders, and our CalPERS investments. That concludes the fiscal year 2023-24 annual update, and I'm happy to address any questions that you have.
Okay, Director Pauke.
Thank you, Chair. Great. This is really very positive. Looking at that last slide, 6 of 9, obviously there's positive growth throughout, but there's one at the very end. What was the anomaly there? Why it dropped from 70 to 66?
I'm sorry, which?
The market value.
Oh, okay. The actual market value. That was likely due to the natural portfolio construction process, and something that I would have Sarah come and speak to as well. Yeah, there she is.
It's just largely due to the write-down in the real estate portfolio over that time period.
Go ahead. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, President Taylor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tamara. I kind of feel like we did this earlier, but I just want to make sure that as we are making, being clear that the employers are complying, but at the same time, it's not impacting them, that we are making sure that our stakeholders who had lots of questions about the implementation of our RCP gets taken care of. And I know we discussed a system that's going into place and stuff, so we should be able to track that. But I think the big takeaway today was hearing the trades talk about making sure that more union folks get hired, which I get it. I'm hearing that there was 0 in some unions that got hired. I don't know how factual that is, but just so that we're making sure that we're doing that. Thank you. Oh, and good job.
Yes, excellent job. And next is Frank Ruffino. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a quick question and then a comment on your slide on the summary results. But first, the question. Have we seen any correlation between the use of responsible contractors and improved long-term investment outcomes, such as asset performance, tenant satisfaction, or perhaps reduced turnovers? Do you have any data or anything that to that effect?
No, thank you for the question. I don't have any data today, but it's certainly something that we can go back and look into for you.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Mr. Chair, a follow-up. Another quick question, which I think it was answered earlier today when we were talking about this, but again, I want to ask, how does CalPERS compare with other institutional investors in its approach to responsible contractor policies? Are there any areas where we are leading, which we are, I know, or where there is room for improvement?
Thank you for the question. I can confidently say that CalPERS is a leader in this space. To our knowledge, we were one of the first to have a responsible contractor policy in place. When we did the peer benchmarking work, we benchmarked the existing policy as it stands against our peers, but then we also benchmarked what the future policy could look like as well. And really trying to make sure that those 15 areas that we reviewed, that we are looking at the most progressive, responsible workforce practices, while at the same time remaining consistent with our fiduciary duty.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And my final comment on the slide, I believe it was 6, the fiscal year 23-24 summary results. Beautiful slide, by the way. Good information. And to those peers and colleagues and folks who are not so excited about the RCP, or they think, that the RCP causes problems for the plan, please read the last one of the last bullet, and I want to read it out loud because it says all manager reported that the RCP policy had no adverse material impact on CalPERS investment returns. In fact, we believe the opposite. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I've seen no more questions. So thank you for the report and all the fine work of the team and everyone, and we look forward to more excitement in the future. Thank you. Okay, I think that brings us to...
It does, Mr. Chair. Summary of committee direction. I have one item going back to 5A, the RCP third reading adoption. We'll return with cost and scope regarding a market study on prevailing wage and labor peace agreements.
Sounds good. I think that's it. So with that, I think at this point we will be moving into closed session. We'll recess. We've got, yeah, there we go. Yes, public comments. Mr. Jelensik. I think we may have somebody else too. Let me look.
JJ Jelensik, beneficiary. I have 2 points I'd like to make. One, you need to really understand the implications of evaluating a portfolio that contains a significant number of illiquid, leveraged assets with made-up values by comparing it to a benchmark that has none of those things. Two, the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act is predicated on the California constitutional provision that the public's business should be conducted in public. I've asked the staff to give you a copy of Government Code Section 11126 dealing with closed sessions so that you're aware of what the law is. Bagley-Keene has a major flaw. Attorney General Rob Bonta claims he is the chief law enforcement officer when that serves his purpose. However, when it comes to Bagley-Keene, he has said he has no duty to enforce that law. Rather, he has a duty to defend the agencies, the state agencies, when they violate it. You've noticed that you're going into closed session. You're going to discuss asset liability management strategy, governance, and reporting. You're going to discuss, among other things, the switch to a total portfolio approach to manage the fund's assets. The law allows you to meet in closed session to make investment decisions. Government Code Section 11126C16. However, that's not what you're going to do. It has been made clear that no final decision on the total portfolio approach is clear. A decision is months away. I would also encourage you to take a look at A, E, and G, since those are sections that you consistently use in the boilerplate to justify your closed session. And I thank you, and we will see you tomorrow when I will wear my RPA hat. Thank you.
We have one more commenter on the phone? No, not on the phone. Okay. Okay, at this point then, we'll recess now into closed session for items 1 through 7 from the closed session agenda. We'll immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. And we'll take a 15-minute break. Okay. Oh, I guess Teresa wants me to hit the hammer. Right. But it's a recess, so it's not really an adjournment. Yeah. Okay, so we'll clear the room. Yeah, recess for closed session, 15-minute break. Okay, we've completed our closed session. We're back in open session. Unless there's an objection, this meeting is adjourned. No objections? There we go. See, I used the hammer.